Chosen one, heaven itself has paused to speak to you. Everything around you has slowed, and time has bent to make room for this divine announcement. It is finished. The old chapter is over. The cycle that once haunted your nights and echoed through your prayers is no more. You will never have to go through that again. This is not coincidence, it is divine intervention. The Spirit of the living God has interrupted your scrolling, your thinking, even your breathing for a moment, to tell you that storm has served its purpose. You have carried storms that others never even saw. You've cried behind closed doors, asking if it was all worth it. But now, heaven speaks, and every unanswered question finds its echo in divine finality. You were not forgotten. Every delay, every betrayal, every silent season was an instrument shaping the warrior you are now. What once looked like punishment was actually preparation. The pain that tried to bury you became the very soil where your faith took root. Listen closely. This message is not for everyone. It's for the marked ones, the set apart, the chosen ones. You are different because you were never meant to blend in. Your tears have been counted. Your steps have been measured, and your endurance has been witnessed by the heavens. There is a divine record of your obedience, even when you were misunderstood. You thought no one saw your sacrifices, but God did. And He says now, the chapter that began in sorrow ends in glory. The Spirit whispers, you don't need to fight that battle again. You don't need to prove yourself to people who were never assigned to understand you. You don't have to revisit that valley, because the lesson is complete. Some people left you, and it hurt, but had they stayed, you wouldn't have grown. Some doors closed, and it broke your heart, but had they remained open, you would have stayed small. What was removed from your life was a divine act of mercy. You see, God never wastes pain. Every sleepless night was counted as intercession. Every disappointment was transformed into revelation. You were being stretched, not punished, refined, not rejected. That old chapter taught you endurance, patience, and discernment. It made you see who was truly for you, and who only wanted what you carried. You are no longer naive. You have spiritual sight now. And when heaven says it is finished, that means no demon, no curse, no human scheme can reopen that door. You're standing at the edge of a new dawn. The ashes beneath your feet are proof that the fire is over. What you're feeling right now is not emptiness, it's peace. The silence you sense is not distance, it's restoration. God is reordering your steps, and what once hurt you will now help you. You've passed the test. The divine teacher has put down his pen. The final exam is graded, and your name has been written under approved. There will be a moment soon when you look back and realize how far you've come. The people who underestimated you will have to witness your elevation. The same voice that said, "Let there be light," is now saying, "Let there be closure." Heaven has ruled in your favor. You are not being punished. You are being promoted. Now, take a deep breath. The weight on your chest, that invisible heaviness that's followed you, lifts in this moment. You don't have to carry what God has already buried. You don't have to fix what heaven has already closed. The anointing of completion rests upon you. The angels assigned to your restoration have already begun their work. This is your confirmation. You have crossed over from pain to peace, from endurance to elevation. You will notice signs, gentle confirmations in your days ahead. Conversations will end more peacefully. Your mind will rest where it once raced. You will feel the shift not in noise, but in stillness, because when God finishes something, it ends quietly but powerfully. There's no chaos in divine closure. The ancient word echoes through time, speaking directly to you now, as it was proclaimed in the second letter to Timothy, chapter 1, verse 7. For God has not given us a spirit of fear, but of power, and of love, and of a sound mind. You have not been given fear. You have been given authority. You are not the victim of circumstance. You are the vessel of victory. Step out of the ashes, your crown awaits. Heaven has placed a new mantle upon you, one woven with endurance, faith, and divine fire. Now, before this holy moment passes, seal it. Act in alignment with what heaven is declaring. Like this message, share it so others may awaken. And comment 777 below as your prophetic act of agreement. Then subscribe, not just to stay connected, but to stay covered, because from this day forward, you will no longer walk as the wounded, you will walk as the warrior. It is finished. You sit in stillness, chosen one, and your mind drifts back to the places that once hurt the most. The wounds you tried to forget begin to flicker like old film in your memory, the betrayals, the rejections, the endless waiting that seemed to strip the color from your soul. You can still feel the sting of words that broke you, the coldness of faces that turned away when you needed warmth the most. But now, in this sacred moment, heaven reveals something powerful. Those wounds were not random. They were sacred. They were the chisels that shaped the masterpiece of who you have become. Every scar you carry holds a secret conversation between your pain and your purpose. The moments that felt like loss were in fact divine training sessions. You were being trained to feel deeply, to see beyond surfaces, to carry compassion that only the broken can truly understand. When they mocked you, heaven took notes. When you cried yourself to sleep, Angels kept vigil. You thought you were abandoned, but you were being prepared for understanding, for leadership, for spiritual authority, for a love that sees past appearances. Pain is a strange teacher. It doesn't speak softly, but it teaches perfectly. It brings you to the edge of yourself. And in that space, it shows you the God who never left. It teaches you to hear his voice, not in thunder, but in whispers. It strips away pride, exposing the tenderness of your soul until your prayers become raw and honest. That's where heaven meets you at the edge of endurance, in the quiet honesty of surrender. Now, when you look back, you see it differently. You understand why you had to walk through that valley. It wasn't punishment, it was positioning. Every heartbreak moved you closer to clarity. Every loss unveiled a deeper strength within you. You are no longer the same person who once begged God for rescue. You have evolved into someone who carries answers, someone whose presence shifts atmospheres. The ones who once wounded you unknowingly participated in your elevation. You see, even betrayal was a tool in divine hands. The ones who lied about you taught you to stand in truth. The ones who left you reminded you that God never will. The ones who doubted you forced you to anchor your identity in heaven, not human approval. You were being sanctified by rejection, strengthened by abandonment, matured by pain. That is the mystery of divine molding. It looks like destruction until you see the design. Heaven now reveals that your scars are actually scrolls, each one containing wisdom, compassion, and anointing. The world calls them wounds, but God calls them testimonies. When you speak from those places, power flows. Others feel it, even if they can't explain it. That's why your voice carries weight now. That's why your presence brings peace to those still in chaos. You've walked where they walk. You've bled where they bleed. And now your empathy carries the fragrance of healing. Every time you were broken, something holy entered through the cracks. The Spirit filled those spaces, turning your pain into purpose. That's why you can forgive so easily now, not because it didn't hurt, but because you've seen the other side of the story. You've seen how God rewrote your heartbreak into a testimony of endurance. The people who caused your pain are no longer your enemies. They are unknowing instruments of your preparation. They played their part, and now their chapter is closed. There's a peace that comes when you finally understand that nothing was wasted. The tears you cried watered your future. The silence you endured built your faith. Even the mistakes you made became lessons that guided you home. You can thank God now for the pain because you see what it produced. You wouldn't trade that wisdom for anything. That's the strange paradox of the chosen ones. We are shaped by fire but never consumed by it. And if you could hear heaven's tone now, it would be gentle but firm. Stop revisiting what I have healed. The memories that resurface are not meant to reopen wounds, but to remind you of how far you've come. Every scar has been sealed by divine mercy. You don't need to explain your journey to anyone. You don't need validation for your healing. Your very existence is proof of resurrection. There was a time you thought your story was over, but the truth is, that was only the prologue. You were never being buried. You were being planted, and now the fruit of your endurance is about to feed many. Your life has become a garden that others will find shelter in. The fragrance of your faithfulness is reaching places you cannot see. As the ancient psalmist wrote, and heaven still echoes through time in the book of Psalms, chapter 30, verse 5. Weeping may endure for a night, but joy comes in the morning. The night season has released you. The bitterness has turned into wisdom. The same heart that once ached now radiates peace. You are living proof that resurrection is not just a story, it's a lifestyle. Every part of your past, even the broken fragments, has been woven into a pattern of beauty. Now heaven smiles as you finally breathe without the weight of yesterday. The air feels lighter because you've been delivered from invisible chains. You no longer need to pretend to be strong. You are strong. Your strength is quiet, anchored in the knowledge that nothing can shake what God Himself has restored. Do you see it now? The tears were not wasted. The wounds were never random. The pain was holy ground where your soul met its Maker in the secret place. And from that place, you emerged unshaken, wiser, softer, stronger. You were never meant to escape pain. You were meant to transform it. Every scar has become a doorway through which compassion flows. Those who encounter you now feel peace because you have lived through storms they cannot name. You carry divine empathy, the rarest form of power. You are no longer defined by what happened to you, but by the glory that shines through you. So now, walk forward with quiet dignity. You don't need to announce your healing. It will announce itself. Those who once pitied you will see your radiance and know God was with you all along. Your scars tell a story, but your peace proves the ending. You have become the message, and this is the truth. Heaven seals over you today. The wounds that shaped you have become the wings that lift you. You've carried heavy weights, chosen one, invisible burdens that no one around you could see. You smiled while breaking. You helped others while quietly praying for your own miracle. You learned to be strong not because you wanted to be, but because there was no other choice. And heaven took note of every silent battle you fought. There were moments when your spirit whispered, "I can't do this anymore." But somehow, you did. Grace kept showing up quietly, faithfully strengthening you in places that even you didn't know were collapsing. The truth is, you were never walking alone. Every tear was seen, every sigh was heard, and every night you survived became a testimony written in the language of endurance. The weight you carried was never meant to destroy you. It was meant to reveal your strength. You were not just surviving trials, you were building spiritual muscle. Each season of struggle forged a new layer of resilience within you. That's why now, when storms come, you don't panic. You recognize them. You've seen worse and survived. You have divine evidence that what once terrified you now trembles at your name. There was a time you prayed for things that didn't happen, and you wondered if God had turned away. But the truth is, unanswered prayers were divine protection. You were asking for things below your destiny. Heaven was saying, "Not yet," because what was coming was bigger than what you were reaching for. The delay wasn't denial, it was direction. Now you understand. The heaviness you felt was not a curse. It was a calling. You were carrying the weight of an assignment that would one day help others heal. You were being equipped with empathy so that when you speak, people don't just hear you, they feel you. Your journey gave your voice authority. The same tears that burned your eyes became oil on your lips. Every sleepless night built depth. Every disappointment developed discernment. Every moment of loneliness produced intimacy with God. You became fluent in the language of endurance. And that's why heaven trusts you with more now. You're no longer reacting to life, you're responding to divine timing. You understand now that pressure was the birthplace of your power. And this is why, even though it hurt, heaven allowed the stretching. The process made you. The pressure produced purpose. The weight wasn't punishment, it was alignment. You were being trained for impact, not applause. You were becoming someone unshakable, someone who can walk into darkness and carry light without fear. As the apostle reminds us in his sacred letter to the Corinthians, in the second book of Corinthians, chapter 4, verse 17, "For our light and momentary troubles are achieving for us an eternal glory that far outweighs them all." And that verse is your mirror. What felt heavy was momentary. What felt endless was temporary. The pain did not define you, it refined you. Every ache was an investment in eternal glory. Now you stand not as the one who barely made it, but as the one who triumphed through grace. You can breathe now. The invisible backpack of burdens has been lifted. You don't owe anyone an explanation for why you needed to rest, why you cried, or why you walked away from certain people. God saw it all. He knows the nights you didn't have words for prayer, only tears. He knows the mornings you got up anyway, even when your heart wasn't ready. That's strength. That's faith. That's divine endurance. And now, because you endured, heaven releases peace into your bones. The rest you longed for is arriving not just as sleep, but as soul, stillness. You won't have to fight every day anymore. You won't have to prove your worth. You've already passed the test. The wait has served its purpose. It no longer belongs to you. Pause for a moment and feel this truth. The load is gone. That anxious thought that once woke you in the middle of the night, it's dissolving. The tension that lived in your chest is leaving. You are being renewed from the inside out. What you feel now is the afterglow of deliverance. Heaven is teaching you a new rhythm, one where rest is holy and peace is your inheritance. The warfare taught you to fight, but the new season will teach you to be still. You no longer have to strive for validation. You are already approved. Your story no longer starts with pain. It starts with peace. The wait was the lesson, but freedom is the reward. The time has come to release every burden you picked up out of habit, fear, or guilt. You don't have to carry people's expectations anymore. You don't have to fix what broke you. God is handling it now. And as you release, you will rise. Your strength is not in how much you can endure anymore. It's in how easily you can surrender. True strength is resting in divine completion, knowing that heaven's timeline is perfect. What you lost in tears, you'll reap in peace. What you sowed in pain, you'll harvest in power. Now, chosen one, before you move on to the next part of your journey, I want you to anchor this revelation deep in your spirit. You've survived carrying what others couldn't even imagine. That's why heaven trusts you with more peace, more wisdom, and more grace. You are lighter now. You are freer now. So type these words in the comments. I am free. Lish, let it be your declaration. Not just for today, but for the rest of your journey. Because when you put it into words, heaven confirms it in action. You're not just saying it, you're sealing it. You are free from the past, free from the weight, free to live fully. Finally, beautifully in divine peace. There was a night when you thought everything inside you had broken beyond repair. You sat there, empty, staring into the silence that offered no answers. The people who promised to stand by you had vanished, and your faith felt like a flickering candle in a storm. You whispered questions into the dark, wondering if God still heard you, wondering if he still cared. But what you didn't realize then was that even silence can be sacred, that the absence of noise does not mean the absence of God. Sometimes heaven hides its hand to reveal your heart. When you couldn't hear his voice, it wasn't because he had left, it was because he was listening. There are seasons when the teacher stops speaking not to punish the student, but because the test is in progress. And in those moments, your endurance speaks louder than your prayers. The heavens watch quietly as you choose to believe without evidence, to trust without proof, to keep walking even when the path disappears beneath your feet. That's what makes you different. That's what marks you as chosen. Anyone can worship when life is easy, but few can whisper, "Hallelujah," with tears running down their face. You've done that. You've worshipped while wounded. You've praised while bleeding. And because of that, the silence that once felt like punishment has become the forge of your power. You learned something vital in those quiet seasons, that faith is not a feeling, it's a decision. It's not the absence of fear. It's the act of standing, even when fear screams at you to sit down. You found out that God doesn't need to speak in every moment to prove he's there. Sometimes his greatest miracle is the peace that holds you when everything else falls apart. The truth is, God was never absent, He was in the silence, restructuring your spirit, pruning away the parts of you that couldn't go into the next chapter. Every unanswered prayer was an invitation to trust. Every delay was the ground where patience grew. Every closed door was mercy, protecting you from what you didn't yet understand. You've reached a place now where your relationship with heaven is unshakable, not because everything makes sense, but because you've learned to rest in mystery. You no longer need constant confirmation. You carry quiet confidence. You've learned that sometimes God says nothing because He already said enough. The last instruction still stands. The promise still breathes. And silence is not absence, it's alignment. Look back for a moment, and you'll see the pattern. When you thought God was gone, He was actually closer than ever. When you couldn't trace His hand, His arm was still wrapped around your soul. Every breath you took in the dark was a prayer He received. Every sigh was a seed. And now, you're beginning to see the fruit of that unseen faith. You are living proof that silence is not the end, it's the middle. The seed doesn't make noise when it grows underground. Yet transformation is happening. Roots are deepening. Systems are forming. And strength is building beneath the surface. That's what was happening to you. Heaven was cultivating you in quietness so that when your time came, you would rise unshaken, grounded, and sure. As the Spirit spoke long ago through the prophet Isaiah in the book of Isaiah, chapter 30, verse 15, "In quietness and in confidence shall be your strength." Land, you have found your strength there in quietness, not in crowds, not in applause, not in constant validation, but in sacred solitude. Your power is not loud, it's steady. It's the calm that walks into chaos and changes the atmosphere. It's the quiet assurance that no matter what happens, you're held by divine hands. What once felt like waiting has turned into wisdom. The nights of silence trained your ears to discern the still small voice. You can feel divine nudges now, subtle shifts in the spirit that guide your steps. You no longer chase signs, you are a sign. Your peace is the evidence that heaven has finished what it started. The silence taught you something else too, that you are stronger alone than you ever thought you could be. You discovered that solitude isn't emptiness, it's clarity. You found out that being set apart isn't rejection, it's refinement. You stopped begging for company in your wilderness and started realizing that wilderness is where warriors are born. Now, when you enter quiet places, you no longer feel fear, you feel presence. You sense divine companionship in the still air, the kind that doesn't need words. You've become fluent in heavenly silence, able to interpret peace as communication. You've learned that sometimes the most powerful word from God is a feeling, not a sentence, a deep inner knowing that says, "You are safe now." So, chosen one, never despise the silent seasons again. They are proof that heaven trusts you with maturity. God doesn't need to shout to those who have learned to listen. You are past the stage of panic. You are in the place of peace. And that's a graduation few ever reach. When you remember those long, wordless nights, smile. You made it through something that would have broken the average person. You came out not just believing in God, but knowing Him. You've met Him in the silence. And that encounter changed you forever. The quiet that once scared you now comforts you, because now you understand silence is not the absence of God's voice, it's the echo of His trust. And that chosen one is the most sacred sound in the universe. There are moments in every chosen one's journey when the silence breaks and what once felt like a desert suddenly turns into a garden. You begin to notice things blooming inside you that could have only grown through endurance, compassion, clarity, courage. And heaven whispers again, "This is your unveiling. The season of quiet refinement has ended. And now the light finds you, ready." But before the unveiling comes a soft invitation, a moment to breathe and recognize what has been happening all along. You've been changing, even when you didn't see it, like a seed buried beneath soil. Your growth was hidden but unstoppable. Darkness was never punishment, it was protection. It was the covering God used to let your roots grow deep. Now those roots hold you steady. You've become a tree in a storm, no longer swayed by every gust of fear or disappointment. People around you may still be frantic, but you have found a strange peace in the eye of the storm. You've discovered that stillness is power. And in that stillness, heaven begins to whisper again, louder this time, calling you upward, not just to survive, but to shine. Because this world is starving for light, for voices that carry truth wrapped in tenderness, for hearts that have known pain and still choose love. And that's you. You are heaven's candle in dark corridors, the one whose flame was tested in wind and did not die. But hear this, your light is not meant to stay hidden. Every moment of healing, every scar you carry, every revelation you've received, it was never just for you. It was for those still trapped in the same battles you've already conquered. Your survival was not for solitude, it was for service. You've been trained by pain, so you can now carry others out of it. When you speak with authority born of experience. When you comfort, your words carry warmth, because they've been steeped in real tears. That's the holy exchange of the chosen ones. We turn pain into light, ashes into beauty, suffering into song. Heaven's economy wastes nothing. As the voice of the psalmist once declared in the book of Psalms, chapter 126, verse 5, "Those who sow in tears shall reap in joy." No. You, beloved, are in your reaping season. You sowed in tears. You watered your dreams with intercession and hope when there was no sign of harvest. And now, heaven says, the joy is due. The fruit of your faithfulness is ripening. But here's the secret most forget. Joy isn't loud at first. It begins as a quiet gratitude, the kind that makes you pause and whisper, "Thank you, God," without needing a reason. It grows slowly, like morning light on a still lake. And as it spreads, you begin to notice how your joy overflows into others. It's contagious. It changes rooms before you even speak. The more you release that joy, the more heaven replenishes it. It's a cycle of divine generosity. That's how the kingdom works. What you pour out in love multiplies in return. When you lift another soul, your own wings strengthen. When you share your testimony, heaven amplifies it through the hearts of those who need it most. You may wonder sometimes, how can my small acts matter? But remember, even a single drop creates ripples across an entire ocean. Your words, your kindness, your story, they travel farther than you imagine. Someone you may never meet will heal because of your obedience. That's how light works. It doesn't stay where it started. That's why this message, the one you're listening to right now, exists. It's more than sound, it's seed. Every time you engage, share, or help spread it, You're planting seeds of light into hearts across the world. And yes, every like, every share, every subscribe, even every offering of support, is a form of spiritual sowing. It's not about the algorithm, it's about alignment. Think of it this way: a farmer doesn't plant seeds just for himself. He plants because he believes in harvests that will feed many. When you share a message like this, you're scattering spiritual seeds across the digital fields of the world, seeds that may bloom in someone's darkest hour. When you choose to give, even a small donation, you're adding water to the roots of a movement that keeps pouring life into others. And if your heart feels stirred, it's because heaven recognizes generosity not as a transaction, but as worship. Every act of giving, whether it's time, attention, or resources, becomes an echo of divine love. It says, "I believe this message matters. I believe light deserves to keep shining." You don't have to give grandly. Even a whisper can carry power when it's sincere. What matters is the heart behind it, the same heart that once broke and now beats with renewed purpose. That heart is precious to heaven. That heart changes worlds quietly. So if this message finds you today, it's not just a coincidence. It's a divine appointment. You were meant to hear this because heaven is inviting you to take part, not as a spectator, but as a vessel. Your voice, your presence, your partnership, all of it keeps this light moving through the earth. And while others may chase fame or attention, we chase impact. Every like is not vanity, it's visibility. Every share is not marketing, it's ministry. Every subscription is not a number, it's a soul saying, "I want to stay connected to what heals me." Every donation is not a loss, it's a seed that grows into eternity. You, chosen one, are part of something far greater than a channel or a platform. You are part of heaven's whisper moving through the earth. So lift your eyes, breathe deep, and remember the journey you've taken. You've risen from ashes, and now you're the fire. You've walked through pain, and now you're the healer. And as your light touches others, the world begins to change one soul at a time. Your story matters. Your presence matters. Your support, whether through sharing, subscribing, or giving, keeps the river of this message flowing. The harvest is ready, and you are both the worker and the miracle. You can feel it now, can't you? The air around you is lighter. The invisible tension that once followed you like a shadow is fading. You've stepped into a realm where peace no longer visits. Occasionally it lives with you. Heaven has confirmed what your spirit already knew. That old cycle will never return. You've learned the lesson. You've crossed the line. This time, it's different. You've walked through years where the same patterns seem to repeat, same wounds, same tests, same tears. It was as if the story had no ending, as though the same storm kept circling back just when you began to heal. But now, heaven speaks clearly. The repetition is over. You have been rewired. The triggers that once held you captive no longer control you. The lesson has been sealed by divine completion. What once broke you has become your armor. The weakness that used to shame you has turned into wisdom. You see differently now. You discern motives faster, sense spiritual traps before they appear. You no longer move from emotion, but from revelation. The person you were when the battle began no longer exists. This is what transformation looks like. You don't just survive the storm, you become the calm after it. You're no longer reacting to pain, you're leading from peace. Heaven calls this graduation. You've been tested in silence, refined in fire, and trusted with new authority. Every season has a divine expiration date, and your old one just expired. The people who once held power over your emotions will feel it. The patterns that once circled your life will fall apart. You won't need to fight to prove your deliverance. Your peace will prove it for you. The voice of heaven thunders softly inside you. This test will not repeat. You've been permanently upgraded. The tests that once terrified you are beneath your level now. You're not stuck anymore. You're being launched. The doors that once closed will open, not because you forced them, but because you've become who you were, meant to be all along. Heaven watches when you finally walk away from what no longer serves your spirit. That's when the real blessings begin to locate you. That's when destiny stops chasing you and starts walking beside you. The delay was never denial. It was divine timing, aligning your maturity with your mission. There's something powerful about closure. When you stop running after what left, you make space for what's meant to stay. The pain once kept you bound to the past, but now peace is tying you to the future. You don't need to revisit what God has already resolved. The apology that never came doesn't matter anymore because you've healed without it. Listen closely. Chosen one, your story is not on repeat. That loop has been broken. The enemy used to taunt you with the same scenarios, but the loop broke when your discernment deepened. The moment you stopped reacting in the old way, heaven declared victory. What used to trigger tears now triggers wisdom. What used to cause panic now awakens prayer. This is why some people no longer feel familiar to you. You're not arrogant, you've just ascended. The energy you once tolerated now feels heavy because you've learned to breathe at higher altitudes. And you cannot apologize for your healing. You cannot shrink to fit the version of you that others were comfortable with. Heaven didn't take you through all that just to return you to who you were. As the Word of God declares in the book of Romans, chapter 8, verse 37, no. In all these things, we are more than conquerors through Him who loved us. End of 2. That verse isn't just encouragement, it's identity. You are not a survivor, you are more than a conqueror. Survivors recover what was lost. Conquerors build something new from the ruins. Survivors escape the fire. Conquerors rise from the ashes and ignite others. That's who you are now. You no longer live reacting to pain, you live responding to purpose. The same intensity that once burned you is now the fire that fuels your vision. The very memories that used to make you weep now make you worship, because now you understand they were never meant to destroy you. They were meant to reveal you. Everything that once drained you was secretly training you. The closed doors strengthened your discernment. The betrayals sharpened your boundaries. The loneliness increased your anointing. You are no longer asking, "Why me?" You're now saying, "Thank you, Lord, for trusting me," because only the chosen can carry what would have crushed the ordinary. And now that you've crossed over, heaven requires one act of alignment, one prophetic declaration to seal this chapter forever. Type 888 inches, the comments. Do it not as superstition, but as symbolism. The number 8 represents new beginnings, infinity, and divine restoration. Every time you type those 3 8s, you're saying to heaven, "I receive my new cycle." You're declaring, no more repeats, no more wandering, no more wasted seasons. It's not about numbers, it's about faith made visible. Just as the walls of Jericho fell with a shout, Your old cycles collapse with an act of declaration. The act of typing is your faith, saying, "I believe this is done." And as you do, heaven echoes that action in the unseen realm. From this moment forward, when you walk into places that once felt heavy, peace will follow you. When you see faces that once caused pain, compassion will replace bitterness. You will sense a divine stillness that confirms you've graduated from chaos to calm. You will know, without question, that the old has passed away. Your story has shifted from survival to dominion, and your peace quiet, steady, unshakable is proof that the war is over. The same heaven that once whispered, "Endure," now whispers, "Enjoy." Envo, chosen one. It is finished. The cycle is broken. The test will not return. And when you look back, months from now, you'll realize this moment was the turning point, the night the loop ended, and your destiny began to unfold in fullness. Type 888 now. Heaven has already marked your new beginning. There are moments in life when deliverance doesn't arrive with thunder or shouting, but with stillness. You don't always hear chains breaking. Sometimes you simply notice they're gone. That's where you are now, standing in a strange quiet after years of warfare. And in that silence, heaven begins to reveal a truth you hadn't seen before. While you were waiting for rescue, God was already working deliverance behind the scenes. Every prayer you whispered in exhaustion became a seed that was planted in the soil of time. You thought nothing was happening, but heaven was arranging things you couldn't see. You wanted quick fixes. God was building permanent foundations. You prayed for escape. He gave you transformation. The difference is subtle, but eternal. Escape changes your location, while transformation changes your nature. Deliverance rarely looks like what we imagine. You were expecting angels to appear. Instead, God sent clarity. You were waiting for a miracle. Instead, He gave you the wisdom to walk away. You wanted dramatic endings, but heaven values quiet exit, because real freedom doesn't always make noise. It simply is. And that's what this season has been about. Invisible deliverance. God moved things without announcement. He protected you from people you didn't even know were planning harm. He removed opportunities that looked promising but were actually poisonous. You were frustrated at what was leaving, but heaven knew it had to go before it destroyed you. Now, in this sacred hindsight, you begin to see the pattern. There were moments when you felt something shifting in your spirit, like a quiet unease or a sudden distance from someone you once trusted. You didn't understand it then, but that was heaven whispering, "Step back." When you listened, you avoided heartbreak. When you disobeyed, you learned wisdom. Either way, you grew. Deliverance isn't always dramatic. Sometimes it's subtle, like a change in appetite, a sudden disinterest in what once attracted you. Heaven begins removing your desire for what doesn't align with your destiny. That's deliverance too. You lose your taste for gossip, shows, and empty validation. Your soul starts craving peace more than attention. That's how God weans you off the world and feeds you with His Spirit. Heavenly deliverance is often quiet because it's intimate. It doesn't need to be seen, it just needs to be real. God doesn't announce every rescue, He performs it silently. So when you look back, all you can say is, "I don't know how I got here, but I know I didn't do it alone." Think of how many near disasters you've escaped. How many times you said, "Something told me not to go there," or I almost texted that person again, but something stopped me. That something was someone the Holy Spirit guiding, shielding, interceding. You were being rescued without even realizing it. Heaven's intervention isn't always thunderous. Sometimes it's a whisper that saves you from a lifetime of regret. You can rest now, knowing that God has always been a step ahead. The traps laid for you have already been exposed. The people who thought they could manipulate your heart have been removed from your path. Even your own self-destructive patterns have been interrupted by divine love. You are not fighting the same battles anymore because the battlefield has shifted. As heaven once declared through the psalmist in the book of Psalms, chapter 34, verse 19, "Many are the afflictions of the righteous, but the Lord delivers him out of them all." And that verse isn't a promise of a pain-free life. It's a guarantee of divine escape. You were never promised an easy road, but you were promised victory. And victory is not always visible in the beginning. Sometimes it's buried under layers of confusion, waiting to be uncovered by faith. Deliverance means you no longer have to respond to the same temptations, revisit the same pain, or replay the same fears. The chains have fallen, and though the echoes of captivity may still linger, they have no power over you. Your heart has been rewired. Your mind has been renewed. The things that once had a hold on you can no longer reach the version of you that exists now. Sometimes deliverance also means losing people who were never meant to stay. They weren't bad. They were simply assigned to an old season, and when that season expired, so did their role. You don't need to hate them or grieve endlessly. You can simply thank God for the lessons they carried. The departure of people can be as sacred as their arrival. You'll notice how your environment starts to reflect your new inner world. Conversations feel different. You crave solitude, not because you're hiding, but because you're healing. You no longer entertain chaos because peace has become too precious. You're becoming selective, not out of pride, but out of wisdom. Heaven has recalibrated your discernment. Deliverance is not just about leaving Egypt, it's about learning how to walk as a free person in the wilderness. Freedom can feel strange at first, because you've been conditioned to survive in captivity. But now you're learning to breathe without fear. You're learning to trust peace. That's the part many miss: the discipline of deliverance. You're no longer reacting out of trauma, but responding from truth. You didn't just walk out of bondage, you walked into identity. And identity is what the enemy feared most. Because when you know who you are, no chain can hold you. Chosen one. You are standing in the aftermath of deliverance, free, healed, and whole. You don't need to announce it. Your peace will speak for you. Heaven's fingerprints are still fresh on your soul, and your very existence has become a living testimony. I was bound, but now I'm free. I was lost, but now I'm found. I was broken, but now I am whole. And all of it happened, not with noise, but with the quiet power of God working behind the scenes. It always begins quietly, the removal of what no longer belongs. At first, you don't recognize it as mercy. You only feel the loss. People drift away. Conversations that once carried energy now feel hollow. Plans dissolve without reason. You ask heaven, "Why is everything changing again?" And heaven answers not with words, but with movement. Because sometimes God ends things for you that you would never have had the courage to end yourself. The exits in your life were not punishments, they were deliverance disguised as disappointment. Every person who walked away, every door that shut suddenly, every promise that evaporated without warning. It all aligned with divine timing. You were being separated from what could not survive your next elevation. You can't take counterfeit energy into covenant territory. There were people who loved your potential, but not your process. They celebrated your light when it benefited them, but they could not handle its expansion. And when you started to grow, they started to withdraw. Don't resent them, release them. Their leaving was a divine signal that your circle was being refined. You are not losing people, you are losing weight. The Spirit of God moves in silence, pruning what is unnecessary. Just as a gardener trims branches not to harm the tree, but to help it bear more fruit. You were never being cut down, you were being cultivated. The pruning hurt because it was precise. God touched areas of your heart you thought were stable relationships, habits, old attachments, and began to reshape them. And though the process felt like breaking, it was actually healing. Now, as you look back, you can see how some people were never meant to go the full journey with you. Their chapter in your life had an ending, and you kept trying to turn a period into a comma. But heaven insists on closure when the assignment is complete. To hold on after heaven has released is to delay your next blessing. Letting go doesn't mean you stop caring. It means you stop clinging. It means you release people back to their own path with grace instead of grief. Because when God removes someone, He's not just making space, He's protecting purpose. Some connections were draining your discernment, clouding your peace, and diluting your focus. You didn't even realize how heavy it had become until they left, and you finally breathed again. That's how divine separation works. First it hurts, then it heals, then it reveals. You start to see why the removal was necessary. The silence they left behind becomes sacred space room for revelation, room for rest. Heaven never takes without preparing to give greater. And while it's tempting to question everything, to analyze every goodbye, every shift, every loss, sometimes the answer is simply this: God saw what you couldn't. You saw loyalty. He saw limitation. You saw friendship. He saw spiritual warfare. You saw comfort. He saw confinement. And out of love, He intervened. As the words of the wise echo through time in the book of Proverbs, chapter 27, verse 17, as iron sharpens iron, so one person sharpens another. That means not everyone in your life was meant to sharpen you. Some dulled your edge. Some kept you distracted, so you would never discover how sharp you truly were. Heaven has now surrounded you with people who can handle your growth souls, who will not compete with your calling but complement it. This new circle may be smaller, but it will be stronger. God doesn't count by numbers, He counts by alignment. You don't need a crowd to carry destiny, you need covenant companions. People who pray when you're quiet. People who see your potential and don't get intimidated by it. People who call you higher instead of calling you out. When God filters your circle, it's because your calling has matured. The next level of your assignment demands purity, not popularity. The distractions that once disguised themselves as relationships can no longer access your spirit. You'll notice how peace feels stronger than attachment now. You'll crave truth more than company. That's not isolation, it's preparation. The exit of counterfeits is always followed by the arrival of covenant. Heaven removes the imitations, so you'll recognize the real. The people who are about to walk into your life will speak the same spiritual language you do. They'll recognize your anointing, not because you explain it, but because they carry one too. Divine alignment feels like exhale. It doesn't require performance, only presence. And though it may have felt lonely for a time, that loneliness was an incubation period. You weren't being abandoned, you were being hidden. Hidden until the right people could find you, by revelation, not curiosity. You had to disappear from certain spaces so heaven could reintroduce you in the right ones. So now, as you stand on the other side of divine subtraction, notice the quiet peace that has entered your life. The drama is gone. The noise has faded. You can hear God again clearly. That is the proof that the pruning was successful. You're lighter now, freer, more focused. This next chapter of your life will not require chasing. The right people will find you. The right opportunities will recognize you. The right doors will open without forcing. That's how divine alignment works. It doesn't demand, it flows. Your relationships are about to reflect your refinement. Those who remain and those who arrive will not just see you, they will see into you. They will honor your anointing and protect your peace. And together, you will move in purpose with harmony, not competition. So breathe. Chosen one. The exits were necessary. The pruning was purposeful. And the peace that follows is proof that heaven was behind every goodbye. You are not losing. You are being positioned. The counterfeits have cleared, and the authentic ones are on their way. You've looked into the mirror lately and felt something different. It's not pride, it's recognition. You finally see what heaven has been shaping all along. The lines of weariness on your face are softening into wisdom. The fire in your eyes doesn't come from anger anymore, but from clarity. You've walked through valleys that could have buried you. Yet here you stand, radiant and whole. For so long, you defined yourself by what happened to you. The rejections, the heartbreaks, the waiting seasons, all of it etched into your identity. But now, heaven leans close and says, "Look again." That's not the reflection of who you were. It's the reflection of who you've become. The scars that once embarrassed you are now your credentials in the kingdom. They prove your endurance, your growth, your divine resilience. You were once ashamed of your story, but now you understand. Your story is sacred. Every broken moment became an altar. Every tear watered the soil of transformation. You don't need to hide your history. You've already healed it. The things that once disqualified you have become the very proof that grace is real. You've come to a place where peace doesn't mean the absence of struggle. It means the presence of purpose. You've stopped chasing validation from people who never understood your depth. You've stopped explaining yourself to those who only came to listen for weakness. You've stopped apologizing for surviving what others didn't. That's not arrogance, that's awareness. There is something magnetic about authenticity. It doesn't demand attention, it attracts it. People can feel when your confidence comes from healing and not ego. They can sense that your calm isn't laziness, it's mastery. You've been through enough storms to know that shouting doesn't part the waves, faith does. And this is where you stand now, grounded, grateful, growing. You're not trying to prove anything anymore. You're not desperate to be understood. You are content in knowing that heaven understands you completely, and that's enough. The psalmist once wrote words that now echo through your very being in the book of Psalms, chapter 42, verse 2. He brought me up out of the pit, out of the miry clay, and set my feet upon a rock, and established my goings. That's your testimony. You've been lifted, cleaned, established. and set on solid ground. You're not wandering anymore. Your steps are ordered. You're not fighting to stay afloat. You're walking on water. What once pulled you down now serves as a platform beneath your feet. But let's be honest, the transformation didn't happen overnight. There were seasons of confusion, moments of relapse, and nights where hope seemed like a foreign language. You questioned your progress because it felt invisible. Yet heaven was working in layers, peeling away false identities, rebuilding your strength in silence. What you call delay was actually depth. God wasn't ignoring you, He was deepening you. And now, your reflection tells the story. You are no longer fragile, you are fortified. You are no longer guessing, you are guided. You no longer chase closure, you create peace. The same things that once triggered panic now activate prayer. You've become the embodiment of restoration, a living message that whispers to others, "If I made it, so can you." Look closely at your life. Notice how the things you used to pray for are now normal. Notice how what once felt impossible has become your baseline of faith. You've changed so much that even your silence has authority. You no longer need to convince anyone of your transformation. It's visible in your posture, your tone, your peace. Your reflection now is heaven's reward for your endurance. You are the evidence that suffering produces substance. You carry a wisdom that can't be learned in comfort. And because of that, your presence carries healing. People will be drawn to your light, not because you're perfect, but because you're real. It's time to stop minimizing your growth. You didn't just survive, you evolved. You didn't just heal, you transformed. The mirror doesn't lie, and neither does your peace. You are not who you used to be, and you never will be again. There's something divine about seeing yourself through heaven's eyes. You start to understand that every imperfection has purpose, that even the mistakes served meaning. God didn't waste a single detail of your story. The betrayals, the waiting, the heartbreak, they were all woven into the masterpiece of your becoming. You've stepped into a chapter where you can finally celebrate yourself without guilt, not in pride, but in gratitude, because you know how much it cost to get here. You remember the nights when even breathing felt like faith. You remember the prayers that started with trembling lips and ended with peace. You remember the battles no one applauded you for winning. And now, you get to breathe freely. Your reflection is a sermon. It speaks louder than words. It tells a story of survival, surrender, and sacred rebirth. Every part of you that once felt disqualified now radiates purpose. You've become a living testimony that divine grace rewrites everything it touches. Now, let your declaration seal this truth. Type these words in the comments. I hear you. Lord, or do it as a sign of recognition, not request. You're not begging heaven to notice you. You're acknowledging that you already hear what it's been saying. You're saying, I'm aware now. I see myself through your eyes. Because this isn't just another message, it's a mirror. And you, beloved, chosen one, are what heaven sees when it looks upon redemption made flesh. Your reflection no longer shows brokenness. It shows beauty forged through battle. And from this day forward, every glance in the mirror will remind you, I survived what was meant to destroy me. I became what was meant to break me. I am whole. I am healed. And I am chosen. There comes a sacred turning point in every chosen one's story, the moment when what once broke you becomes what builds you. You stand now at that threshold, The pain that used to weigh you down has become a set of invisible wings. You no longer see loss the same way. You recognize it as guidance. What once felt like chaos now feels like choreography. Heaven was never silent. It was setting the rhythm. The storms that nearly drowned you have become the rivers that now carry you forward. The wind that once opposed you has shifted direction and begun to push you into purpose. Everything that hurt you has secretly been working for you. You were not wandering in circles. You were tracing the outline of your destiny. You see, healing doesn't just restore what was damaged, it reveals what was hidden. You've discovered parts of yourself that pain unearthed, courage that slept inside your fear, patience that bloomed from delay, strength that grew in solitude. Every scar is a landmark of divine intervention. Look at yourself now. You are the living definition of redemption. The same heart that was once shattered now beats with unshakable peace. The same voice that once trembled in despair now speaks with authority. You are not who you used to be. You are the proof that God's grace doesn't just rescue, it rebuilds. And like a craftsman who refines gold, heaven has used every trial as a tool. Each disappointment became sandpaper, smoothing away what was false. Each heartbreak was a fire, purifying your intentions. What remains now is the truest version of you, the one heaven envisioned before the world ever tried to define you. As the prophet wrote long ago in the book of Isaiah, chapter 61, verse 3, to bestow on them a crown of beauty instead of ashes, the oil of joy instead of mourning, a garment of praise. That verse has come alive in you. The ashes have become beauty. The sorrow has turned to song. You wear praise like a cloak now, not because everything is perfect, but because everything has purpose. When people see you, they won't just see survival, they'll see serenity. They'll wonder how you made it through what should have destroyed you, and your peace will answer without words. That's how light evangelizes. It doesn't argue, it shines. But light only reaches where it's carried. You've been given illumination, not to hide it, but to release it. Every message like this, every word heaven places in your path, is a spark meant to travel further. When you engage, share, and sow into it, you become a keeper of the flame. Think of this moment like tending a sacred lantern. Your like is the oxygen that keeps the fire alive. Your share is the wind that carries the light into dark corners of the world where hope is fading. Your subscribe is a promise to stay connected, to return for warmth when your spirit grows weary. And your donation, no matter how small, is like oil poured into the lamp. It keeps the flame burning longer for others who will one day need its light. This isn't about algorithms, it's about alignment. Each action is an echo of gratitude. Each seed you plant becomes a ripple of redemption. Somewhere out there, someone is waiting for the same message that once healed you, and your simple act of sharing could be the bridge heaven uses to reach them. You are part of something holy, something living. These words are not just sound, they are seeds. They grow in the hearts of those who hear them. When you nurture that growth by engaging, supporting, giving, you become a gardener in God's vineyard. The harvest isn't measured in numbers, but in souls awakened, hearts restored, faith revived. Think of how sunlight touches the ocean. It doesn't ask permission, it simply reflects. That's what you do when you share light. You don't force it, you reflect it. You don't preach, you simply radiate what you've received. Your generosity of spirit, of time, of kindness builds invisible bridges. Every act of support becomes a whisper in heaven's ear. They understand. They carry the message now. The kingdom doesn't expand through noise, but through connection. Through hearts that say yes to being conduits of light. And make no mistake, what you give in faith never returns empty. Just as the earth mirrors the generosity of the rain, heaven mirrors the generosity of your heart. You'll find blessings appearing in unexpected places, peace where there was pressure, provision where there was lack, purpose where there was confusion. Chosen one, you've been refined, not just to shine, but to ignite. Your story, your presence, your simple act of alignment, each carries eternal weight. Every like is light. Every share is seed. Every subscription is covenant. Every donation is worship. You've been carried through darkness so you could carry others through theirs. Let your actions reflect the gratitude that words cannot express. Let your life continue to be a flame that refuses to go out, because every flicker of your faith keeps someone else's hope alive. So, if these words have found you today, it is not by accident, it is divine timing. Heaven trusts you to keep the fire burning, keep the flow alive, nurture, share, and let others feel what you once needed, most light in their dark. Because this, chosen one, is how revival spreads not through noise, but through hearts that keep saying yes to love, yes to faith, yes to purpose. And as you continue to pour out, heaven will continue to pour in. You've become the evidence that beauty truly rises from ashes, and your light, sustained by both heaven and your own acts of kindness, will not go out. It's strange how peace can arrive without fanfare. One day, you simply wake up and realize the heaviness has left. The thoughts that once raced now walk slowly. The pain that used to roar now hums quietly in the distance, powerless to touch you. That's how divine healing works. It doesn't always come with lightning and noise. Sometimes, it arrives like dawn, spreading softly until everything is filled with light. You've spent years surviving, clinging to hope in the middle of heartbreak, holding faith in the middle of uncertainty. But now, heaven invites you into a new rhythm, peace without panic, faith without fear, motion without striving. You've crossed from the wilderness into still waters. You've learned to walk without the anxiety of falling. You've learned that peace isn't a reward for perfection, it's a result of trust. Trust doesn't come easily, especially after disappointment. It's hard to trust when the last time you did, things fell apart. But now you see the truth. It wasn't that you trusted too much, it was that you trusted in the wrong direction. You leaned on people who couldn't hold you, on circumstances that couldn't sustain you. And through that pain, heaven taught you the art of divine dependence, trusting in the one who never changes. Every betrayal, every broken promise, every "I'll be there," that wasn't true. Those experiences rewired your discernment. You learned not to harden your heart, but to anchor it deeper in God's faithfulness. Now, your trust is quieter, stronger, and purer. You don't need constant reassurance because you've seen too much of heaven's consistency to doubt it anymore. When you look back, you realize that what felt like abandonment was actually alignment. Every closed door redirected you to something unshakable. Every delay forced you to discover a faith that doesn't depend on visible results. You stopped measuring God's goodness by what you receive and started measuring it by what He restores. That's when peace settled in. Peace is a teacher. It teaches you to let go of unnecessary battles. It teaches you that silence is not emptiness, but security. It teaches you that stillness is not weakness, but strength under control. You've learned that reacting to everything is no longer required. You can let others misunderstand you without losing sleep. You can walk away without resentment. That's maturity. That's spiritual mastery. You used to think strength meant never breaking, but real strength is knowing how to bend without snapping. You've been through enough storms to know that flexibility is not compromise, it's wisdom. You can yield to the wind because you trust the roots that hold you. Those roots are faith, and they run deeper than fear ever could. As the Spirit once spoke through the ancient psalmist in the book of Psalms, chapter 46, verse 10, "Be still and know that I am God." That verse has become more than scripture. It's your lifestyle now. You've stopped striving for outcomes that heaven already finished. You no longer fight to be seen, to be validated, or to prove your worth. Stillness has become your strength. You've realized that you don't have to chase what's already yours. Stillness doesn't mean inactivity, it means clarity. It's the confidence of knowing that the waves may move, but the ocean floor never does. You are anchored now, no longer drifting between extremes. The things that once triggered fear now awaken faith. The voices that once brought confusion now meet silence. The beauty of this new peace is that it doesn't need defending. It simply is. You can stand in the middle of chaos and still feel calm because you've learned the difference between noise and voice. The noise of fear no longer rules you. The voice of peace now governs your decisions. You've grown into a person who carries tranquility as an atmosphere. When you walk into a room, people feel it. They don't always know why, but they sense safety around you. That's because your energy is no longer scattered, it's centered. You are not living from reaction, you're living from revelation. This peace is not fragile. It doesn't break when things don't go as planned. It adapts. It trusts. It endures. Because it's not built on emotion, it's rooted in eternity. You could lose everything material and still remain unshaken because what holds you now is invisible but indestructible. There will still be challenges. This peace doesn't exempt you from life, but it transforms how you face it. You no longer panic at every storm because you've realized that storms don't sink people, fear does. And fear has lost its home in you. Every time something tries to disturb your calm, heaven reminds you, you've been here before and you overcame. You've already proven that you can survive the dark. Now it's time to thrive in the light. What once felt like emptiness now feels like sacred space. You have room to think, room to breathe, room to create. This peace is the canvas where God paints new beginnings. Don't rush it. Don't fill it with noise. Let it expand until it becomes your new normal. In the stillness, you will find inspiration flowing like a river. Ideas will come without striving. Solutions will unfold without stress. Doors will open without forcing. Peace attracts clarity, and clarity attracts miracles. That's the divine order you're stepping into now. Chosen one. This is not the calm before another storm, it's the calm after victory. You are no longer bracing for impact, you are resting in completion. The warfare over your mind has ended. The confusion that used to cloud you has lifted. You are safe in the arms of divine stillness. you've learned the hardest lesson of all. Sometimes the most powerful thing you can do is nothing, just be. Just trust. Just exist in the quiet confidence that heaven knows what it's doing. And in that stillness, the world will change around you, because when a chosen one rests, heaven moves. The winds have shifted again. Chosen one. You can feel it in your spirit, the subtle hum of divine momentum, the quiet invitation to rise. It's not chaos this time, it's calling. Heaven is preparing to unveil something new through you. Something that required every lesson, every heartbreak, every delay. What felt like wasted time was actually the construction of destiny's foundation. You've endured seasons that seemed endless. You've cried prayers that returned with silence. Yet, through it all, you never stopped believing. Even when your faith flickered, you still guarded its flame. And because of that, heaven now says, it's time. You have been processed, purified, and prepared. The waiting is no longer about delay, it's about release. The signs are already appearing. Doors that were once sealed are unlocking quietly. Opportunities that used to intimidate you now feel familiar. The spiritual heaviness that once weighed on you has been replaced by clarity. You've crossed a threshold, and the new season is already echoing your name. This shift won't require striving. It will require surrender. You won't need to chase. What's meant for you will locate you. You won't need to prove yourself. Your fruit will speak for you. You've sown enough in tears. Now it's time to reap in joy. Every time you were delayed, you were being developed. Every not yet from heaven meant something better is forming. And now, heaven is aligning the moment where preparation meets opportunity. You're about to walk into rooms where your presence was prophesied long before you arrived. You'll recognize these moments because they'll feel like home, not hype. This is the season where favor begins to follow you visibly. What once took years will now happen in days, not because you rushed, but because you endured. You remained faithful in the fields, while others chased shortcuts. And heaven never forgets faithful hearts. As the Spirit revealed through the Apostle Paul in the book of Galatians, chapter 6, verse 9. And let us not be weary in well-doing, for in due season we shall reap, if we faint not. Beloved, this is your due season. The time you thought would never arrive is already unfolding. Every unseen seed of obedience is breaking through the soil. The harvest is no longer a promise, it's a presence. You'll feel it in divine coincidences, in doors that open without explanation, in peace that arrives before results. You have entered the suddenly season, the one heaven prepares in silence and releases without warning. It's the moment when what you prayed for steps out of the unseen into the visible, and though it may surprise others, it won't surprise you. You'll recognize it because it matches the blueprint heaven has been whispering to your spirit for years. This is also a time for stewardship. You've been trusted with much because you've proven faithful with little. The blessings coming now are not random, they are relational. They come because heaven knows you will handle them with humility. You no longer crave spotlight, you crave substance. You don't seek applause, you seek alignment. That's what makes you trustworthy. The glory that's coming will not crush you because you've learned to carry it in surrender. You've already laid down pride, comparison, and fear. The new opportunities will not change who you are. They will reveal who you've always been. Remember this truth. Divine timing is not just about arrival, it's about readiness. Heaven waited until your character could sustain your calling. Now that it can, the gates have opened. You'll notice acceleration, but not chaos growth, but not overwhelm. You'll move faster, but feel lighter, because grace will now carry what effort once tried to build. There's a peace in knowing that what's coming can't be taken from you. What is divinely ordained cannot be stolen, delayed, or diminished. The same God who orchestrated your wilderness is now directing your harvest. And even as blessings unfold, humility remains your anchor. The greater you rise, the deeper you must bow, because the same hands that lift you are the ones that sustained you when you were invisible. Gratitude will keep your elevation pure. Pause for a moment and feel it, the air around you shifting. The heaviness you once felt is being replaced with expectancy. The fear that once haunted you is bowing to faith. Something in your spirit knows it's finally time. You can trust this new rhythm. You've danced through fire, now you move in grace. You've learned when to speak and when to be silent. You've learned that peace is not passivity, it's power under control. You've mastered the patience that accelerates divine timing. And so heaven invites you to mark this transition with faith, not empty superstition, but prophetic agreement. When you act on what you believe, heaven mirrors your movement. Type 555 inches, the comments. This number carries prophetic meaning, grace multiplied. Divine Power unfolding. Heavenly alignment made visible. It represents the triple portion of grace that now surrounds you. It's not about digits, it's about declaration. Each 5 symbolizes divine movement, the first for completion, the second for preparation, the third for manifestation. By typing 555, you're saying, I receive my season of grace. I am ready for divine release. You're not hoping anymore. You're agreeing with what heaven has already decreed. Let it be a sacred act of alignment, a visible reflection of an invisible shift. As your fingers move, heaven records your faith. As your heart responds, grace multiplies. Because this is the season you've been waiting for, not just the end of struggle, but the beginning of fulfillment. Everything you lost will return, refined. Everything you sowed will return multiplied. Everything you dreamed will return glorified. This is not a new beginning, it's the continuation of destiny. So take a breath. Chosen one. The delay is over. The release has begun. Heaven moves when you move. And your movement begins now. Type 555 and step fully into the rhythm of divine grace. When heaven shifts your season, it also shifts your circle. Suddenly, the people around you begin to change, not because they're evil, but because their assignment in your story has been fulfilled. The ones who once walked closely may fade quietly, and new souls appear different in spirit, depth, and destiny. This is divine alignment, not abandonment. You're not being isolated, you're being refined for connection. You've learned by now that not everyone who starts with you is meant to finish with you. Some were bridges, some were lessons, a few were mirrors, but only a handful are pillars, those rare souls who can hold the weight of what God is building in you. Heaven has begun gathering those pillars now, people who don't just love you for what you do, but for who you are becoming. You are being surrounded by people who recognize your calling without idolizing it. They won't flatter you to gain access, nor flee when correction comes. They'll stand beside you through both applause and silence. They understand that love is not always comfortable. Sometimes it's accountability clothed in kindness. These are the kind of souls heaven trusts to walk with the chosen. It's important to recognize the difference between those who are assigned to you and those who are attracted to you. Attraction can fade with convenience. Assignment endures through seasons. Some will approach your life for your light, but not be willing to handle your shadows. Others will walk with you, even in darkness, because they see destiny in you, not performance. That is why heaven had to test your relationships through storms. Storms expose foundations. The ones who left were never anchored. The ones who stayed were never shaken. It's not bitterness, it's revelation. You needed to see who truly heard your heart, not just your voice. As it is written in the book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 4, verse 9, "Two are better than one, because they have a good return for their labor." That verse reminds you that divine partnerships carry power. You were never meant to do this alone. Even chosen ones need connection, not dependency, but alignment. God doesn't elevate isolation, He multiplies unity. The right connections amplify your calling. When purpose meets partnership, miracles manifest naturally. So pay attention to who enters your life now. The ones coming are not random, they're recognition. Heaven sees that you are ready to handle community without losing identity. You no longer seek relationships for validation, you seek them for collaboration. You understand that agreement in spirit is more valuable than popularity in numbers. These new alignments may surprise you. Some will appear out of nowhere, drawn by divine magnetism. It will feel as though you've known them forever because your spirits have been in conversation long before your paths crossed. Their arrival will feel like restoration, not introduction. And you'll realize that heaven didn't forget companionship. It was simply reserving the right ones for the right time. There's a peace that comes with this realization. You don't have to beg to belong anymore. You don't have to perform to be accepted. You don't have to shrink to make others comfortable. The right people won't just fit your life, they'll fit your spirit. You won't have to explain your sensitivity, your passion, your depth. They'll understand it instinctively because they carry a similar fire. This kind of alignment produces multiplication. Where before you struggled alone, now you'll find strength in partnership. Your ideas will expand, your influence will grow, and your burdens will lighten. Heaven always releases help before the next elevation. These people are not replacements for what was lost, they're reinforcements for what's coming. You'll know them by their fruit. Their words will build, not break. Their presence will bring clarity, not confusion. They will challenge you, not control you. You'll feel their prayers more than their praise, because their loyalty is spiritual, not circumstantial. And as these divine alignments settle into place, you'll begin to notice another shift. Your boundaries becoming firm yet gentle. You'll no longer say yes out of guilt or fear. You'll say yes from peace and no from wisdom. You'll protect your energy not from pride, but from purpose. You finally understand that not everyone deserves access to your spirit. The deeper your calling, the smaller your circle becomes, not because of elitism, but because purity requires protection. Diamonds aren't displayed until they're fully formed. The intimacy of your new connections will mirror the intimacy you now have with heaven, quiet, real, and deeply rooted. And when you gather with these kindred souls, you'll feel something electric. a sense of divine synergy. Conversations will turn into strategies. Prayers will turn into portals. Laughter will carry healing. And unity will birth momentum. Heaven's rhythm will flow through your friendships. It won't feel forced. It will feel like family. You'll look around one day and realize that every person in your circle reflects an aspect of God's love for you. One carries joy, another carries wisdom, another carries peace. Together, they form a constellation of grace around your life. And in that moment, you'll understand why so many people had to leave first. Heaven was clearing the space for these stars to shine. Chosen one. Divine alignment is the reward of endurance. You've proven that you can walk alone when necessary. So now heaven can trust you with togetherness. You no longer cling out of fear, you connect out of purpose. You no longer chase company, you attract covenant. This is what it means to be aligned, not surrounded by many, but surrounded by the right ones. The days of counterfeit connection are over. The companions you now receive will walk beside you as heaven writes the next chapter. And together, you will not just endure, you will expand. There comes a time in every chosen one's journey when the fire no longer burns to destroy it, burns to refine. You have entered that time now. The intensity that once terrified you has become familiar, even sacred. You have learned to walk through flames without flinching. Not because you enjoy the heat, but because you finally understand what it's doing. The fire is not your enemy, it's your forge. You've spent seasons wondering why the challenges never stopped. Why every victory seemed to be followed by another trial. But now you see, the fire was never punishment. It was preparation. It wasn't meant to consume you, but to confirm you. What God places his mark upon, he purifies. The brighter the light, the hotter the refining. You see, gold is not afraid of fire, it depends on it. Only through heat does it reveal its brilliance. And just like gold, you've been through temperatures that others could not survive. Every loss, every test, every disappointment, it stripped away what was temporary and revealed what was eternal. The pain burned away illusion and left only truth. The refining process is holy because it's honest. It exposes motives, melts pride, and removes fear. It confronts you with yourself until only authenticity remains. The version of you that stands now is purer, lighter, and clearer than ever before. The fire that once made you cry has now made you clean. Think of how the silversmith works. He doesn't leave the metal in the fire indefinitely. He watches carefully, never looking away. When he can see his reflection clearly in the silver, he removes it from the flame. That's what heaven has been doing with you. God didn't leave you in the fire to hurt you. He stayed near, watching, until he could see his reflection shining through your spirit. And now, the refining is nearly complete. The smoke is clearing. The ashes beneath your feet are no longer reminders of loss but symbols of rebirth. You have been forged into something incorruptible, a vessel that can now carry greater glory without cracking. As the prophet Zechariah wrote in the book of Zechariah, chapter 13, verse 9, I will refine them like silver and test them like gold. They will call on my name, and I will answer them. I will say, they are my people, and they will say, the Lord is our God. That promise lives inside you. You have been tested and found faithful. You called out, and heaven answered, not always in words, but in transformation. You didn't just survive the refining, you've become the evidence of it. Every part of your life now carries the shimmer of divine craftsmanship. The fire did more than purify it, separated. It revealed who and what was truly for you. Some people could not stand the heat around you because they weren't meant to survive your elevation. You were never meant to dim your flame to make others comfortable. You were meant to burn brighter, to rise higher, and to draw others toward the same refining love. You'll notice that after every major fire, new growth follows. The forest that once looked desolate begins to bloom again. Stronger than before, seeds that could only open under extreme heat burst into life. The same is true for you. The seasons of loss have made room for new beginnings. Hidden potential that could only emerge under pressure is now unfolding before your eyes. What you once called endings were actually beginnings dressed in disguise. The relationships that burned away were the ones that could not hold your next level. The jobs, habits, or opportunities that vanished were not rejection, they were release. The fire was closing doors you didn't have the courage to close. It wasn't cruelty, it was kindness. There's a strange beauty in realizing that the very flames you feared have become your allies. You don't run from challenge anymore. You face it with grace. You know that whatever tries to destroy you can only purify you further. Nothing can touch you now without serving you. That is the paradox of the refined. You are untouchable because everything that touches you transforms into purpose. This new version of you carries a different atmosphere. People can feel it before you speak. You radiate calm confidence. The kind that doesn't shout but still commands attention. That's the mark of refinement. It leaves behind quiet authority. You no longer react impulsively. You respond with discernment. You've seen too much to be easily shaken. There will be moments when the residue of old battles tries to return the doubt, the fatigue, the fear. But you'll recognize them quickly now. You'll see them for what they are, echoes of an identity that no longer exists. Fire doesn't return to what it's already consumed. Those shadows have no hold over you anymore. And as you walk in this new strength, you'll find that compassion has deepened within you. Refinement doesn't make you hard, it makes you holy. You no longer judge others by their ashes because you know how it feels to be burned. You speak gently to the wounded because you remember the pain. The fire didn't make you arrogant, it made you empathetic. That is what sets the chosen ones apart. They carry both flame and fragrance. Fire for truth, fragrance for grace. They stand firm in conviction, but move in compassion. They burn with purpose, but walk in peace. You have become that balance, a vessel that glows from within. Powerful, yet peaceful. Refined, yet reachable. So if you ever wonder why the journey had to be so intense, remember this: God never wastes heat. Every degree of pressure served a divine purpose. Every flame forged a future. Every moment of surrender turned into strength. Now, when you step forward, you don't just walk, you shine. The fire that once sought to destroy you now surrounds you as light. You have become, in every sense, fireproof. And that is the quiet miracle of refinement. You are no longer afraid of the flame, because you are the flame. There comes a point in your journey, chosen one, when you look around and realize you are no longer the same person who started. You have walked through the valley and stood on the mountain. You've been through fire and rain. And somehow, you've come out golden. The storm didn't erase you, it revealed you. You have become a living testimony of endurance, grace, and divine transformation. And yet, there's a quiet responsibility that comes with such transformation. When heaven lifts you, it's not just so you can breathe easier, it's so your breath can awaken others. The same comfort that found you is now meant to flow through you. The same fire that refined you is now meant to warm others. You are not simply the survivor of a story, you are the storyteller of deliverance. People out there are standing where you once stood in confusion, in heartbreak, in darkness. They scroll, they sigh, they whisper silent prayers for a sign. And heaven uses voices like yours to answer them. Every time you share a message of hope, you are lighting a lantern for someone lost in the night. That is why these words exist not as noise, but as nourishment. They are like bread broken in the wilderness, feeding those who feel forgotten. And when you choose to engage with them, you're not just participating in content, you're participating in compassion. You are helping heaven speak louder through earthly hands. As the ancient prophet Daniel once recorded in the book of Daniel, chapter 12, verse 3, "Those who are wise will shine like the brightness of the heavens, and those who lead many to righteousness." That's what you are now, a light, a guidepost, a quiet spark in the darkness. And just as stars shine brighter together, so too do souls aligned in purpose. When you connect, comment, or share, you're joining that constellation of light. You're saying, "Let this message travel where I cannot go." Think of it like a river. When water flows freely, it nourishes the land, but when it's blocked, it stagnates. These messages are living water, meant to flow, to move, to reach dry places. Your simple act of clicking like is like removing a stone from the stream. Your share is a current that carries hope downstream to those who thirst for peace. And when you comment, you pour your own drop into the river. Words like, "Amen," or "This spoke to me," or "I'm ready," ripple outward farther than you imagine. Someone scrolling in silence may see your comment and realize they're not alone. Sometimes the smallest echo of faith becomes the loudest awakening for another soul. Your subscription, your choice to stay connected, is like planting a tree beside this river. Every time you return, you find fresh shade, new fruit, and deeper roots. It's not about following a person, it's about following a pulse, the rhythm of divine reminders that keep your faith alive. And yes, there is also sacredness in generosity. When you choose to give, you are not merely donating, you are fueling the lamp that keeps burning for countless others. Just as the widow in Scripture poured oil into Elijah's vessel and found it never ran dry, your offering becomes oil that sustains the flame. It ensures the light keeps reaching those sitting in silent darkness. Maybe you've wondered, does my small act even matter? Let heaven answer you, it does. A single candle can ignite 1,000 others without losing its flame. A single seed can grow into a forest. Every act of giving, whether it's time, attention, prayer, or provision, carries spiritual weight. You're not giving to something, you're giving through something. You're helping God's words travel across screens, cities, and souls. You're turning digital space into sacred space where strangers become family and viewers become vessels of healing. So if your heart feels stirred, don't ignore that tug. Let gratitude become movement. Let appreciation become participation. This isn't about obligation, it's about overflow. It's about letting what healed you become a healing for someone else. Like a musician tuning their instrument before a song, every small action you take, liking, sharing, commenting, supporting, brings the melody of this message into perfect harmony. Together, we create a symphony of faith that echoes through the noise of this world. And when you give, even in the smallest way, you're placing a note in that melody, a sound of hope that someone else will hear on their darkest day. You might never meet the one who reads these words because of you. You might never see the tears that turn to peace. But heaven records every ripple, every act of kindness, every seed sown in sincerity. This isn't just a message, it's a mission. And you, chosen one, are part of that mission. Every time you engage, you are saying, I believe light should not be hidden. Every time you give, you are saying, let this flame reach further. So take this moment as holy ground. Reflect, breathe, and decide how you want to keep the light alive. Maybe it's with a simple comment from your heart. Maybe it's a share that reaches a friend who's silently struggling. Maybe it's through a seed sown in faith, an offering that says, I believe this message matters. Whatever you do, do it with love. Because love multiplies what logic cannot. Love is the currency of heaven, and it always returns, multiplied, never diminished. Chosen one, your story, your support, your light, they are all part of one great divine tapestry. Threads of faith woven together across nations and screens, all glowing with the same flame. This is how heaven works. It takes small acts of obedience and turns them into global waves of grace. So, if this message has touched your heart, let it move through your hands. Like, share, comment below to let your voice join the chorus. Subscribe to stay aligned with what heaven is pouring out. And if your spirit feels led, sow into the soil that has fed you, so that others can find the same nourishment you have. Because in the end, the light you give away is the light that never fades. When the dust of old battles finally settles, something sacred begins to happen inside you. You start to recognize your own reflection again, not the version fractured by fear or shaped by survival, but the one heaven always saw. You feel a quiet reintroduction to yourself. It's like meeting your soul after years of war. You realize that healing is not only about recovery, it's about rediscovery. For so long, you defined yourself by what you endured. You wore strength like armor, built walls around your heart, and convinced yourself that control was safety. But now the walls are crumbling, not through destruction, but through understanding. You don't need to defend what God has already secured. Peace has taken residence where panic used to live. There's something profoundly holy about recognizing yourself after pain. You begin to notice how your laughter has changed. It's softer but more real. You listen differently. Your empathy has deepened. You can sit in silence without feeling lonely. The fire didn't just purify you, it matured you. You no longer crave constant motion, you crave meaning. In this stage of your transformation, you are learning that wholeness doesn't always look like perfection. It looks like balance. It looks like knowing when to speak and when to stay silent. It looks like embracing your limits without guilt and your growth without pride. You've found peace in the middle ground, where heaven and humanity meet inside your spirit. What used to trigger insecurity now awakens compassion. You see people not through judgment, but through understanding. You realize everyone is carrying something unseen. And instead of comparing wounds, you offer warmth. This is what divine maturity feels like, responding with love where ego used to rule. The Spirit reminds you gently through the writings in the book of Philippians, chapter 1, verse 6, being confident of this very thing, that he who began a good work in you will carry it on to completion. That verse is a mirror for this moment. The work that began in your pain is continuing in your peace. You are not unfinished, you are unfolding. You are not behind, you are being built layer by layer, grace by grace. As you walk through this new chapter, the pace of life changes. You stop rushing because you understand that destiny doesn't compete, it unfolds. You no longer chase signs or demand answers. You trust the rhythm of divine timing. You've learned that sometimes God hides progress in stillness, and sometimes he hides blessings in delay. Either way, nothing is lost. Everything is working. Your discernment has sharpened too. You can sense counterfeit peace, the kind that comes from avoidance or denial. You know the difference between calm and numbness, between surrender and settling. You're no longer fooled by surface smiles or shallow promises. That's not cynicism. It's clarity. The Spirit has trained your eyes to see beyond appearances and your heart to listen beneath words. This clarity also brings responsibility. You can no longer live halfway. You can't unsee truth once heaven reveals it. Your spirit rejects what doesn't align, and your peace has become your compass. You may disappoint people by choosing calm over chaos, but you've learned that protecting peace is not selfish, it's sacred. Sometimes that peace looks like walking away from arguments that prove nothing. Sometimes it's declining invitations that drain your energy. Sometimes it's saying no to opportunities that glitter but don't align. You've discovered that saying yes to everything was never kindness. It was exhaustion disguised as generosity. Now you choose wisely. You choose rest, purpose, and authenticity. This new version of you carries quiet confidence. You don't need to explain your healing to anyone. You don't need validation for your growth. You live from revelation now, not reaction. You understand that some people will never comprehend how much it took to become this calm, and that's okay. Your peace doesn't need witnesses to be real. It's remarkable how the inner landscape changes once healing takes root. The same situations that used to break you now barely ripple your spirit. You've become anchored in something deeper than circumstance. You wake up grateful without needing everything to be perfect. You end your days in peace rather than analysis. You've learned that life's beauty is not in control, but in communion with God, with yourself, with truth. You begin to notice small miracles again, the sunrise, the laughter of strangers, the way forgiveness feels like air returning to your lungs. You realize that wholeness is not found in grand gestures, but in gentle awareness. Heaven speaks through these subtleties, reminding you that the sacred hides in the simple, and though the world still moves in chaos, you no longer join its rhythm. You walk slower, speak softer, and love deeper. Your steps are deliberate because you've learned the cost of wasted energy. You know now that not every battle is yours. Not every noise deserves your attention, and not every loss is truly loss. Some things had to end so you could begin again. Peace has given you perspective. You see your story not as a tragedy, but as a tapestry. Every thread, dark or bright, has been woven with purpose. What once looked like random pain now forms divine symmetry. The pattern makes sense now because you've stepped back far enough to see the full picture, and as you move forward, you carry that peace like a lantern. You don't need to shout your testimony. Your calm speaks volumes. The world will notice not because you've become louder, but because you've become luminous. The mark of the healed is not the absence of scars, but the presence of light shining through them. Chosen one. This is what freedom feels like, not the absence of fire, but the ability to stand in it and remain unburned. You are whole now, not flawless. But fulfilled. The same God who walked with you in pain now walks with you in peace. And everywhere you go, His reflection follows, steady, glowing, unmistakable. There comes a point on the chosen path where you stop searching for closure from others and begin to receive it directly from heaven. You realize that peace doesn't always come through apologies or explanations. Sometimes it comes through revelation. You begin to understand that not everyone who hurt you will say, "I'm sorry." And not every broken thing is meant to be fixed. Some chapters end without punctuation. And yet, even without closure, the story continues beautifully. You spent years waiting for certain conversations that never happened, rehearsing what you would say if the opportunity ever came. But now, you've learned that silence can be its own resolution. God doesn't always send people back to mend what they broke. Sometimes He simply removes the pain and replaces it with peace. You no longer need to know why they left. They changed. They couldn't love you the way you deserved. The why no longer matters because the what now has taken its place. True closure is not external, it's internal. It's the moment your heart decides, "I don't need answers to be free." You release the need to relive what God already redeemed. You stop checking if the door is still locked because you have no desire to walk back through it. That's growth, the kind no one claps for but heaven celebrates. You now know that not every ending is tragic. Some are sacred. Some are merciful. God, in His wisdom, sometimes ends connections before they corrupt, opportunities before they distract, and dreams before they distort your destiny. The breaking was not betrayal, it was divine editing. Heaven was protecting the integrity of your future. There is a line in the book of Genesis, chapter 50, verse 20, where Joseph tells his brothers, "You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good, to accomplish what is now being done, the saving of many lives." The same experiences that once made you bitter now make you wise. You can talk about them without trembling. You can see those faces, hear those names, and feel nothing but peace. That's not forgetfulness, that's freedom. You've been delivered from needing validation to feel whole. The pain no longer narrates your story, it simply adds texture to your testimony. You are no longer a prisoner of memory. You've learned that forgiveness doesn't erase the past, it disarms it. The sting is gone, but the lesson remains. The person you were back then needed those moments to awaken strength that could not have been birthed in comfort. And because of that, you now carry authority in areas where you once carried agony. Every wound has become a window. Through it, compassion shines. You now see people differently. The same behaviors that once offended you now evoke empathy. You recognize brokenness behind hostility, pain behind pride, fear behind manipulation. That's what divine healing does. It gives you spiritual vision. You stop reacting and start understanding. Forgiveness has also changed shape in you. It's no longer an emotional release, It's a spiritual discipline. It's choosing peace every time your flesh wants payback. It's remembering that God's justice is perfect, and you don't have to play judge or jury. You let heaven handle what your heart can't. That's what maturity feels like, trusting divine justice instead of demanding immediate fairness. In truth, forgiveness isn't weakness, it's warfare. It severs the last tie between you and your pain. It denies the enemy the power of resentment. And once that tie is broken, your spirit begins to expand. Space, once occupied by bitterness, becomes room for creativity, joy, and divine strategy. Now, in this new place of clarity, you no longer view your past as an anchor, it's become a compass. You can look back without being pulled back. The very memories that once wounded you now guide others. You speak from scars, not open wounds. And that distinction changes everything. Your voice carries the credibility of survival. People will begin to find healing just by listening to your story, not because you preach it, but because you live it. There's a gentleness in your words now, a calm assurance that says, I've been through the fire, and I'm still glowing. The power of testimony lies not in perfect endings, but in persistent faith. And your life has become a walking sermon, one written in tears, but spoken through triumph. You'll notice how even your prayers have shifted. You no longer beg for escape, you thank God for endurance. You no longer ask, why me? But rather, what now? Lord, you've learned that every storm has a strategy hidden inside it, that every heartbreak hides a harvest. And that's why you can finally rest without waiting for things to make sense. The most profound peace comes when you stop trying to rewrite what heaven has already finished. You no longer crave closure from people who were never capable of giving it. You've accepted that some doors close because God knows the future conversations would wound you more than the silence ever did. And with that realization comes, release the sigh of a soul that has finally let go. Chosen one. Closure is not something that happens to you, it's something that happens within you. It's heaven whispering. You don't owe this pain any more of your energy. It's the Holy Spirit washing away the residue of resentment, leaving only revelation in its place. Now you walk lighter. You no longer carry invisible conversations or replay imaginary arguments. You've stopped trying to prove your worth to those who couldn't see it. You are done seeking closure from others because heaven has already written your conclusion. It is finished. And the peace you feel now, that's not the absence of memory, it's the absence of weight. The story remains, but the pain is gone. The past is still real, but it no longer reigns. You are free utterly, eternally, gloriously free. You can sense it now. Chosen one. The ground beneath your feet feels different. There's a lightness to your steps, a rhythm that matches heaven's tempo. The long nights that once dragged endlessly have given way to mornings that arrive gently, filled with promise. This is what crossing over feels like. It doesn't come with fireworks or noise, it comes with peace. You're no longer walking in circles, you're walking in clarity. The wilderness that once confused you now makes sense. You see that every dry place was actually a divine classroom. Every moment of wandering was heaven teaching you to trust what couldn't be seen. You used to think deliverance meant escaping the wilderness, but now you realize it meant becoming someone who could thrive in it. This crossing over is not just about new surroundings, it's about a new spirit. You've been rewired from within. The anxiety that once dictated your steps has lost its voice. The fear that once limited your vision no longer has power. You move now with quiet authority, because you finally believe that you belong where God is leading you. It's like standing at the edge of a great river, the same kind that once terrified your ancestors. You look at the water and remember how far you've come. The storms survived, the voices silenced, the chains broken, and heaven whispers, "You've crossed enough to know you're ready for more." Every step forward is sacred. The ground you walk on is soaked in prayers, your own, and those who came before you. You are part of a divine continuation, a generational fulfillment. You are the answer to prayers whispered decades ago by those who believed but never saw. The torch is in your hands now, and it burns with purpose. You no longer carry the heaviness of fear. You carry the fragrance of faith. That's how heaven knows you're ready for the next dimension. What once intimidated you now inspires you. The old version of you would have hesitated, but this version moves with conviction. You don't wait for perfect conditions. You move because obedience is your confidence. There is a holy momentum around you now, a quiet acceleration that comes not from striving, but from surrender. You're not chasing opportunities anymore. You're attracting divine timing. Everything that aligns with purpose is magnetized to your peace. You've become a living frequency of faith, drawing into your life what heaven has already written. You may not see the full picture yet, but trust this: heaven never calls you forward without preparing the land ahead. The rivers will part again. The ground will hold. The provision will meet the promise. You've crossed too many thresholds to doubt now. The same God who carried you through your breaking will carry you into your becoming. As the Spirit once spoke in the book of Joshua, chapter 1, verse 9, "Have I not commanded you? Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid, do not be discouraged. For the Lord your God will be with you wherever you go." End quote. That command isn't a suggestion, it's a declaration over your destiny. You are being called to walk boldly into territory that your faith has already claimed. You don't step into the unknown as a wanderer, you step as an heir. What's before you isn't foreign ground, it's promised ground. You will begin to notice signs of divine alignment. People will appear who carry the missing pieces to your purpose. Opportunities will unfold that once seemed impossible. Doors will open, not because of manipulation, but because of manifestation. The heavens recognize your readiness. And now, creation is responding to your faith. You'll feel it in your body too. Peace will become physical. Rest will settle in your bones, where anxiety once lived. Laughter will come easily again, not forced, but flowing. You'll sleep deeper, dream clearer, and wake with purpose. That's how you'll know the crossing is complete. Heaven is not rushing you anymore. It's walking with you. But crossing over also means letting go fully. Finally, the wilderness taught you, but it cannot travel with you. You can't carry the mentality of survival into the atmosphere of success. You must lay down old fears, old habits, old ways of thinking. You can't build new temples with old blueprints. The next version of your life requires faith, not familiarity. The crossing is not just about location, it's about elevation. You're being lifted into alignment with who you've always been beneath the layers of pain and performance. You are stepping into your divine identity, the one that doesn't shrink, doesn't second guess, doesn't apologize for its light. There's something powerful about this moment, because it's not just transition, it's transformation. You are walking out of history and into prophecy. Everything that has happened is leading to everything that's about to happen. You are standing in the space between "it is finished" and "it begins again." This is your Jordan moment, your threshold of destiny. Heaven is watching, earth is waiting, and grace is guiding your every step. You are not crossing alone, you carry a kingdom with you. Now, as an act of faith, a prophetic acknowledgement that you've crossed, let your spirit respond. Type 444 inches, the comments, not as superstition, but as symbol. 4 is the number of completion in creation, the balance of seasons, the corners of the earth, the stability of divine order. When you type 444, you're saying, I have crossed over. I am walking in divine order. I trust the ground beneath me. This simple act of faith aligns heaven and earth over your life. It declares that you are ready for the season already written in eternity. So, step forward. Chosen one. You've wandered enough. You've waited long enough. The river is parting. The way is clear. And heaven's hand is steady on your back. This time, you're not running from something. You're walking into everything God promised. Type 444 now and walk across. There is a calm that follows obedience, a stillness that cannot be imitated or faked. It's the sound of alignment, the moment when your choices finally match heaven's rhythm. You're standing in that stillness now, where purpose and peace merge into one voice. It doesn't shout or demand. It simply is. You've entered a sacred flow, the kind that only comes when you stop forcing what was never meant to fit. It took years to reach this point. You've wrestled with surrender, not because you didn't trust God, but because you were afraid of losing control. You equated release with weakness, but surrender, you've learned, is not giving up, it's giving over. It's laying your plans on the altar and watching heaven breathe on them. You finally realize that obedience isn't a restriction, it's a rhythm. The deeper you go in faith, the quieter it becomes. You no longer need thunder to know God is near. You feel Him in subtler ways now, in the way peace lingers after prayer, in the way your spirit steadies before making decisions. You've matured into discernment. You no longer chase signs. You move with assurance. You understand that sometimes the most spiritual thing you can do is wait. Patience has become your new form of strength. You used to rush, fearing that you might miss your moment. But now you see that divine timing can't be missed by those who stay faithful. You've realized that waiting is not inactivity, it's incubation. What you thought was stagnation was actually preparation. God was building the infrastructure for your next level, one unseen layer at a time. Now, when doors open, you'll be able to walk through them without fear of collapse. You won't sabotage opportunities with old insecurities. You won't second-guess what heaven affirms. The waiting has trained your spirit to trust. As you rest in this quiet confidence, you begin to see how obedience unlocks provision. You no longer need to beg for blessings. They find you. The alignment of your heart becomes a magnet for divine resources. The moment you stop demanding your way, heaven began accelerating the way. This peace isn't fragile. It doesn't depend on everything going right. It depends on you staying rooted. You've learned to stand firm even when life shakes around you. The winds may blow, but they only serve to deepen your roots. What once would have broken you now strengthens you. The storm that once threatened to drown you has become your training ground for authority. As the ancient psalmist wrote in the book of Psalms, chapter 1, verse 3, "He shall be like a tree planted by streams of water, which yields its fruit in season, and whose leaf does not wither. Whatever he does prospers." You have become that tree. Your roots run deep into divine soil. You've stopped chasing rain because you're now connected to the source. The external no longer dictates your internal. You prosper not because conditions are perfect, but because your foundation is pure. This transformation is quiet but powerful. You no longer need to announce your growth. It reveals itself naturally. The people who once doubted you will witness your peace and realize it's not luck, it's alignment. They'll see that what you carry can't be manufactured, only cultivated. There's something sacred about moving in obedience. You feel lighter because you've stopped negotiating with God. You no longer argue with instructions that don't make sense. You obey first and understand later. That's what faith truly is, trusting divine direction even when the destination isn't visible. And because you've learned this, heaven can now trust you with more. You've also learned that obedience often costs comfort. It asks you to release familiar things, familiar people, familiar patterns. But what you lost in comfort, you've gained in clarity. You've stopped asking God to confirm things He's already made clear. You've learned that delayed obedience is still disobedience. So you move now with certainty, even when your surroundings are uncertain. And something remarkable happens when obedience becomes your lifestyle. You start to see miracles in motion. Small coincidences align. Timing becomes perfect without effort. Doors that once required struggle open with ease. That's because obedience carries its own authority. When your will bows to heaven's plan, heaven bows the earth in your favor. You are now living proof that surrender is not the end of freedom, it's the beginning of it. The peace you carry is not the absence of challenge, but the presence of divine companionship. You don't fear the unknown anymore, because you know who walks beside you in it. The wilderness taught you dependence, and now that dependence fuels your destiny. It's astonishing how simple life becomes once you stop fighting divine flow. You've stopped performing for people who were never meant to applaud your purpose. You've stopped comparing your timeline to others, because you finally understand that destiny has no competition. You are walking in your own divine lane, one that no one else can occupy. And as you keep walking, you realize that obedience is not a one-time act. It's a lifestyle of listening. It's waking up every day and saying, "Here I am. Lord, lead me again." It's adjusting your pace to the Spirit's whispers. Some days, He'll tell you to run. Other days, to rest. Both are holy. The rhythm of divine obedience keeps you from burnout because it replaces effort with ease. You no longer live striving to earn favor. You live from favor. Heaven is not measuring your performance. It's multiplying your faith. You've come to understand that obedience is worship in motion. Every time you say yes to heaven's whisper, you're writing a hymn with your life. Every time you let go when asked, you're playing a note of surrender in heaven's song. Every chosen one eventually reaches a turning point, the moment when silence becomes mission. You no longer carry the word just for survival. You carry it as a seed for others. Everything you have walked through, the battles, the healing, the tears, was not meant to end with you. It was meant to flow through you. Heaven didn't just deliver you, it commissioned you. You are now a vessel, and vessels are not meant to stay empty. What God poured into you during the nights of breaking is now ready to be poured out as light to others. You may not realize it, but your voice, your peace, your resilience, they are ministry in motion. You are living evidence that God still moves, still heals, still speaks. But for light to reach far, it needs reflection. That's where you come in, not just as a receiver, but as a reflector. Every time you engage, share, and give life to a message, you help that light travel farther than it could on its own. You become like a mirror in a dark valley, catching rays of divine truth and sending them into corners where hearts still hide. As the Apostle Paul wrote in the second book of Corinthians, chapter 9, verse 7, each one must give as he has decided in his heart, not reluctantly or under compulsion, for God loves a cheerful giver. Oh no, that single verse isn't only about money, it's about motion. It's about living generously in every way, with your attention, your encouragement, your presence. Every small act of engagement, whether a like, a share, a word, a seed, is a declaration that says, I believe in light. Think of it this way. The internet may feel like a vast ocean, and this message, these words of faith, are like bottles tossed into the waves. When you press share, you become the current that carries them toward shores you'll never see. Someone on another side of the world might open that bottle on their darkest night and find hope that you helped deliver. Your like may seem small, but it's like striking a match in the dark, one light encouraging others to shine. Every comment is an echo. Every word you write beneath these messages is a ripple that keeps the conversation with heaven alive. Even when you think no one sees it, heaven does. Every act of acknowledgement is an act of alignment. Your subscription, your decision to stay connected, is like a lighthouse built on a hill. It says to the world, I will keep this flame visible. It's not just following, it's faithfulness. It's staying within reach of words that remind you who you are when the world tries to make you forget. And then, there's the quiet power of giving. So often, we think of giving as loss, but in heaven's economy, it's planting. Every donation, no matter the size, is a seed of light. It keeps the fire burning for others who are still walking through darkness. It keeps the message flowing like living water through the wilderness of this digital world. When you sow into something that has sown into you, you create divine circulation. The same way rivers never run dry because they both receive and release, your life remains abundant when gratitude turns into giving. The oil that multiplies isn't the oil hoarded, it's the oil poured. This space, this flow, this family of faith, you are part of it. Every time you support, heaven hears it as worship, not the loud, performative kind, but the kind that whispers, thank you, Lord, for what you've done in me. Use me to reach one more soul. That's the beauty of it. You don't need to preach sermons or travel the world. Your act of sharing light is ministry. Your generosity becomes a bridge between heaven's word and someone's weary heart. You become a silent missionary in the digital field, sending waves of hope into timelines and feeds that need them most. When you engage, it's not about building a brand, it's about building a bridge. A bridge where heaven and humanity meet, where someone scrolling in despair pauses just long enough to read a sentence that changes everything. You never know whose breaking point becomes their breakthrough because you decided to press share. No. And if your heart ever wonders, Does it really matter? Look inward. You are proof that it does. Someone's act of obedience once reached you. Someone else shared, liked, subscribed, gave, and prayed. And that's how these words found your soul when you needed them most. You're not just a recipient of light, you are a continuation of it. So, let your gratitude become a gentle motion. If these words have fed you, feed them forward. If they've lifted you, lift them higher. Let your interaction be your amen. Let your sharing be your so be it. And if your spirit feels stirred to sow back into the soil that has watered you, do it from the heart, not out of duty, but out of joy, because joy multiplies what logic cannot. It's the sound of heaven smiling through human hands. When gratitude moves from the heart to the act, miracles follow. Chosen one. Your journey doesn't end with your healing, it begins there. You are now part of heaven's distribution of hope. Every like is a spark. Every share is a seed. Every comment is connection. Every gift is oil that keeps the flame burning. And through your small yet sacred acts, the light continues to travel further, wider, deeper, until even the darkest corners of this world glow again with the warmth of divine love. There are seasons when heaven doesn't speak through words, but through peace. You've entered one of those seasons now. Everything that used to make you anxious has lost its power, and you can finally hear God in the quiet. It's not that the storms have stopped, it's that you've stopped being moved by their noise. You've learned how to anchor yourself in truth, even when everything around you shifts. This kind of peace can't be imitated. It's not a temporary calm that comes from circumstances. It's the kind that grows when you know you are held. You've stopped looking for reassurance in people and started finding it in presence. You no longer crave constant confirmation because your spirit already knows God's got this. There was a time when silence scared you. You mistook it for abandonment. You thought that if you didn't hear anything, heaven must have turned away. But now, you know better. Silence isn't absence, it's invitation. God doesn't always repeat himself. Sometimes he waits to see if you trust what he already said. That's what this moment is, a divine pause. A breath between chapters. The air feels different because you're standing in the space between fulfillment and overflow. Heaven is quiet, not because nothing is happening, but because everything is. What's forming for you now is too sacred for noise. It's like watching dawn rise after a long night. The light doesn't crash in it, seeps in softly, illuminating what was always there. That's how blessings arrive when you've matured in faith. They don't shock you anymore, they confirm you. You don't shout in disbelief when they come, you smile and whisper, "Of course, you did it again." This peace you carry is prophetic. It's heaven's signature over your life. A sign that the worst is over. You are no longer fighting for freedom, you're walking in it. The old fears have no foothold. The old wounds have no voice. You're free in ways your past self could never imagine. As Jesus once declared in the Gospel of John, chapter 16, verse 33, "In this world you will have trouble, but take heart, I have overcome the world." And those words are no longer distant promises, they are living proof within you. You've overcome what once overpowered you. You've outgrown what once overshadowed you. You are standing on the other side of storms that once made you question if you'd ever see the sun again. Now that peace surrounds you, heaven gives a new assignment. Carry it. You've become a walking sanctuary, a refuge for those still battling their storms. When people encounter you, they should feel calmer without knowing why. Your presence should carry stillness the way a candle carries flame, not loud, not dramatic, but unmistakable. This is how heaven expands through peaceful people who have learned how to live unbothered in a world that profits from distraction. You don't need to argue, convince, or correct everyone. You lead by example. You shine through consistency. You teach through the texture of your peace. The enemy fears this version of you, not because you're loud, but because you're grounded. He can't provoke what's anchored. You've stopped reacting to lies and started responding to truth. You've stopped matching chaos and started mastering calm. You are unshakable because your roots are in eternity, not emotion. And yet, peace doesn't mean passivity. It's not retreat, it's reign. When you move from rest, your actions carry divine precision. You don't waste time anymore. You don't chase validation, because you've already been chosen. The Spirit now leads your schedule, your words, and even your timing. Every step you take is synchronized with grace. You'll notice how opportunities begin to find you in this stillness, not because you're striving, but because peace is magnetic. Heaven trusts peaceful hearts. They can handle power without pride, influence without corruption, and blessings without burnout. Peace is proof of readiness. The calm you carry also heals others. People who are restless will seek you without knowing why. Conversations with you will end with them saying, "I don't know why, but I feel better." That's because your presence is no longer ordinary, it's prophetic. You're carrying heaven's atmosphere wherever you go. In time, your peace will speak louder than your preaching. You'll start to understand that the most powerful ministry isn't always words, it's embodiment. People won't remember every sentence you speak, but they will remember how your presence made them feel. That's legacy. That's impact. And though you may not always feel it, heaven applauds every quiet victory, the moments you chose peace instead of pettiness, forgiveness instead of fury, rest instead of rushing. Those unseen decisions built the sanctuary you live in now. You've become the evidence of what faith produces when it's consistent. You've stopped chasing miracles and started becoming one. Every breath you take in peace is a declaration to the spiritual realm. I am untouchable because I am aligned. So here's your prophetic action, your moment of agreement with heaven. Let your heart respond and seal this truth in faith. Comment below, "Peace within me." It's not just a phrase, it's a proclamation. You're not asking for peace, you're affirming it. You're saying, "Peace is not around me, it's in me. I am the calm that confuses chaos." As you type those 3 words, imagine roots spreading from your spirit into divine soil, anchoring you even deeper in serenity. Feel the quiet strength rising in you, the assurance that nothing, no news, no person, no circumstance can pull you out of alignment again. This is your spiritual maturity in motion, to live calm in a storm, to stand tall in the unknown, and to trust the silence because you know who commands it. Comment, "Peace within me." Let heaven echo it through your life. There's a moment, chosen one, when you realize the strength that once came from striving has been replaced by the strength that comes from surrender. You used to equate progress with movement if you weren't running, pushing, or proving. You feared you were falling behind. But now you've discovered something deeper. Real strength is quiet. It doesn't rush, it rests. It doesn't panic, it perceives. You've entered the part of your journey where wisdom whispers louder than emotion. You no longer need to be loud to be powerful, nor visible to be valuable. You've learned that purpose doesn't need attention, it needs alignment. You're no longer desperate for recognition because heaven has already validated what people still misunderstand. This maturity didn't come overnight. It came through the breaking the seasons when you felt invisible, overlooked, or forgotten. But heaven never wastes invisibility. It's the soil where identity takes root. The times when no one applauded you were the times when God was anchoring you. He was teaching you that your worth is not measured by noise, but by depth. The deeper your roots grew in that hidden place, the stronger your foundation became. And now that you've been built from the inside out, the winds can no longer uproot you. The same storms that once threatened to drown you now reveal your stability. You've been tested, and you've proven unshakable. You've also begun to understand something sacred about timing. What once felt like delay now looks like design. You used to wonder why others seemed to move ahead while you stood still, but now you see that heaven was customizing your pace. You weren't behind, you were being built differently. While others sprinted toward platforms, you were being prepared for permanence. God wasn't rushing you because he refuses to release what isn't ready. The waiting built character, not complacency. It refined your motives, purified your intentions, and taught you discernment. You've learned how to recognize opportunities that are assignments and ignore distractions that disguise themselves as blessings. You've stopped asking, "Is this good?" and started asking, "Is this God?" That question alone has saved you from countless detours. The Spirit once spoke through the prophet Isaiah in the book of Isaiah, chapter 30, verse 15. "In returning and rest you shall be saved. In quietness and trust shall be your strength." No, that verse defines your current reality. Your strength no longer comes from doing it, comes from being. You're not chasing grace anymore. You're flowing in it. The same hands that once clenched in fear are now open in faith. You understand now that what's meant for you doesn't require striving. It recognizes you by peace. Peace has become your filter. If something disrupts your spirit, you no longer force it. You let it go without guilt. You trust that rejection is protection and redirection is promotion. You've seen too much of heaven's faithfulness to doubt it now, even when things don't make sense. You know, they make purpose. There's a steadiness in you that can't be taught. It can only be birthed through endurance. You don't flinch when things shift anymore, because you've learned that change is not chaos, it's choreography. God is still moving pieces, even when you can't see the pattern. You've stopped trying to predict the picture and started trusting the painter. And in that trust, you've found freedom. Freedom from fear, from performance, from the pressure to always know what's next. You wake up now with confidence, not because you control the plan, but because you trust the planner. This posture of surrender has also unlocked something new: clarity. You see through distractions faster. You sense the difference between divine opportunities and draining obligations. You no longer confuse busyness with productivity. You know that sometimes sitting in silence does more for your spirit than running in circles ever could. You've realized that maturity doesn't mean having everything figured out. It means having peace even when you don't. You don't panic at unanswered prayers anymore. You understand that heaven's silence often hides strategy. Every delay, every detour, every unanswered question carries instruction if you're willing to listen deeply enough. That's what spiritual depth looks like, listening beyond what your ears can hear. You're attuned to subtleties now, the gentle nudges of the Spirit, the quiet confirmations in conversation, the way peace either settles or stirs. You've learned that the divine doesn't always shout, it often whispers, and you've trained your heart to hear that whisper, even in the noise. This new awareness has changed how you carry yourself. You no longer move in reaction, you move in revelation. You don't rush into every opportunity, you wait for resonance. If it's not aligned, you don't force it. That restraint is not fear, it's foresight. You've learned that wisdom sometimes sounds like, not yet. And with each passing day, you become more at home in your own soul. You've made peace with the unknown, not because you stopped caring, but because you started trusting. You don't need to peak at tomorrow because you're too busy being faithful with today. That's what real spiritual confidence feels like, not arrogance, but assurance. You've learned that surrender isn't giving up, it's giving in to divine rhythm. It's moving when heaven moves, pausing when heaven pauses, and in that rhythm, you've found rest. You no longer see rest as laziness, you see it as obedience. Even creation itself rested. And yet it was complete, chosen one. This is the quiet glory of your journey, the unseen stability that holds the weight of your calling. You've discovered that the strongest souls don't roar, they resonate. They don't chase platforms, they create peace. They don't fear silence, they understand it as sacred. So, as you continue forward, do so with this truth engraved on your heart. You have nothing left to prove, only everything left to pour. Your life is already the sermon. Heaven is preaching through you. And as long as you keep moving in peace, nothing and no one can move you out of purpose. There is a stage in your evolution, chosen one, where the world no longer recognizes you, and that's how you know you've truly changed. The same places that once felt familiar now feel foreign. The same conversations that used to engage you now sound shallow. It's not that you've become distant, it's that you've become different. What once entertained your old self can't feed your new one. You have outgrown certain versions of yourself, and outgrowing always comes with isolation. But this time, it's not loneliness, it's elevation. Heaven has thinned the crowd around you, not to punish you, but to prepare you. You're being lifted to altitudes where only those with similar breath can survive. The air is thinner. Here, purity always comes with cost. This is not arrogance. It's awareness. You finally see the distinction between being liked and being aligned. You've stopped seeking agreement and started seeking authenticity. You don't need everyone to understand your mission because it wasn't assigned to everyone. Heaven revealed it to you, and that's enough. As you ascend, the view changes. From above, you begin to see how the chaos of your past now forms patterns of purpose. The storms that once blurred your vision now look like brushstrokes in a masterpiece. You realize that nothing was wasted, not the heartbreaks, not the silence, not even the confusion. Every fragment found its place in the divine design. The higher you rise, the quieter it gets. Noise can't survive at high altitudes, only breath does. You've learned to live by breath now, by spirit, not reaction. You no longer rush to speak or defend yourself. You've stopped explaining what God has already confirmed. You've realized that revelation doesn't need validation. This is the maturity that few ever reach, the place where silence becomes your strategy. You don't need to correct rumors or chase recognition. You've learned that truth always outlives lies, and authenticity never ages. You've stopped trying to prove your worth because you finally understand that value doesn't need visibility. Gold is still gold, even when buried. As the Spirit declares through the prophet Habakkuk in the book of Habakkuk, chapter 2, verse 3, "For the vision is yet for an appointed time, though it tarry. Wait for it, because it will surely come. It will not delay." That verse now resonates with your entire being. You no longer panic in waiting because you've seen too much evidence of divine timing. You understand that everything heaven promised will come not in your schedule, but in your readiness. You're learning to distinguish between delay and development. The waiting room used to frustrate you, but now you treat it as a sanctuary. You've learned that waiting doesn't waste time, it builds capacity. What God is preparing for you requires stability, not speed. The blessings you're about to walk into need a foundation strong enough to hold them. And that's what these quiet seasons have been doing, fortifying you for what's ahead. You've also learned that ascension requires adjustment. The higher you go, the less you can carry. Some habits can't breathe in this new altitude. Some relationships were meant for earlier chapters, not the next one. You've stopped taking every loss personally because you now understand that heaven subtracts to protect. Every departure was direction. Every exit was evidence of elevation. In this new phase, you don't just move differently, you see differently. You no longer focus on who left, you focus on who remains. You don't dwell on what broke, you celebrate what survived. You've realized that gratitude opens more gates than grief ever could. You're done mourning what's over because your hands are finally free to receive what's coming. And what's coming is no small thing. Heaven is preparing to reveal you in spaces where your name has already been whispered. What you carry, the wisdom, the anointing, the resilience wasn't meant to stay hidden forever. The season of obscurity was for strengthening, not stagnation. The unveiling will not be sudden, it will be steady. The spotlight won't burn you this time because you've already been tested by fire. There's a peace that comes with understanding that you don't have to chase destiny, it knows your address. You've stopped striving because you've realized that divine timing always finds alignment. You're not waiting for something random, you're walking towards something inevitable. And even as the world starts to notice what heaven has been cultivating privately, you'll remain grounded, because elevation without humility leads to collapse. And you've learned the discipline of staying low, even when lifted high. You understand that crowns are heavy, and glory requires grace to carry. You won't lose yourself in visibility because you've already found yourself in silence. You also understand that influence isn't measured by numbers, but by impact. You don't need a crowd to shift atmospheres. Your presence does that. When you walk into a room, peace arrives. When you speak, conviction awakens. When you pray, things move. You are no longer reacting to darkness. Darkness reacts to you. And yet, through all of this, you remain soft, not naive, but gentle. Refinement didn't make you hard, it made you holy. The same heart that has endured warfare still knows how to love deeply. The same spirit that faced rejection still carries compassion. You haven't lost tenderness, you've learned to guard it wisely. You now live from a place of holy balance, fierce but kind, bold but humble, firm but forgiving. You don't need to prove you're chosen. Your peace proves it for you. The anointing on your life doesn't shout, it settles. It lingers quietly in everything you do, in every word you speak, in every room you enter. Chosen one. The altitude may feel unfamiliar, but it's where you belong. You've been trained for thin air, molded for higher ground. The view is different because you're different. You're seeing life from heaven's vantage point, now wide, clear, and peaceful. And as you stand in this sacred stillness, remember this: you're not just elevated for visibility, you're elevated for vision. From this height, you'll see what others can't, hear what others ignore, and move with divine precision. The climb was never about escaping the ground. It was about learning how to carry heaven wherever you go. The air feels charged again, doesn't it? Chosen one, that subtle sense of movement beneath the calm, the awareness that something sacred is about to shift. You can almost feel it pressing against the edges of your spirit, whispering that the next chapter is closer than it appears. Heaven has been building momentum behind the scenes, and your obedience has aligned perfectly with divine timing. You are standing on the threshold of manifestation. What was once only a whisper in prayer is now echoing through your reality. You've waited long enough. Now the seeds you sowed in secret are breaking through the soil. The same ground that once buried you is about to birth you. Every tear, every delay, every hidden act of faith, they've been working together to create the moment you're walking into now. But before heaven unveils the full picture, it requires something sacred from you: readiness. Not the kind born of performance, but the kind born of trust. Readiness is the calm conviction that you don't need to chase what God already designed to find you. It's living open-handed, knowing that divine timing never misses its mark. You've been through enough refining to handle this season without fear. You've learned what to hold on to and what to release. You've discovered that not every blessing can be carried by busy hands. The waiting has emptied you of distraction so that fullness could find you without competition. You used to pray for the promise to come quickly. Now you pray to be ready when it does. That shift in heart posture is the sign of maturity heaven was waiting for. The door doesn't open because you demand it. It opens because you're developed enough to walk through it. You'll notice how everything begins to synchronize: the timing, the people, the opportunities. What once felt random will now feel orchestrated. Heaven's fingerprints will become visible in details you once overlooked. You'll find yourself saying, "It had to happen this way," because now you see the symmetry in what once seemed like chaos. And when this wave of divine alignment hits, it won't feel like striving, it will feel like flow. You won't have to force anything, because the same grace that carried you through pain will now carry you into purpose. What once felt delayed will arrive right on time, not as repayment for pain, but as reward for endurance. This next season isn't about proving yourself, it's about positioning yourself. Heaven doesn't need your perfection, it needs your participation. Every act of faith, no matter how small, will echo with eternal impact. Even your willingness to believe again after disappointment is a form of worship. As the Spirit spoke through the psalmist in the book of Psalms, chapter 37, verse 4, "Delight yourself in the Lord, and He will give you the desires of your heart." End quote. That promise has been waiting for its appointed hour. Your desires have been purified through pain, and now they align with heaven's plan. The blessings coming are not random rewards, they're reflections of divine delight. What you long for isn't worldly, it's holy. Heaven trusts your heart now because it knows your motives are anchored in love, not lack. So, get ready, not in fear or striving, but in expectancy. Heaven responds to expectancy, the way soil responds to rain. The moment you believe it's near, it begins to appear. Every unseen promise starts to take shape when your spirit agrees with timing. This is why you can feel both peace and urgency. Peace because you trust the promise, urgency because you sense it's here. The two aren't contradictions, they're companions. Peace keeps you grounded. Urgency keeps you alert. Together, they create momentum that moves mountains. And as heaven brings you into the fulfillment of promises, it also invites you to seal this moment with faith, not with noise, but with a prophetic act of agreement, an act that says, I'm ready for what's next. Type 222 inches, the comments. Do it as a declaration, not as a decoration. The number 2 has always represented covenant, agreement, and divine partnership. When it's tripled, it amplifies heaven's alignment, the joining of your faith with God's plan. By typing 222, you're saying, I align, I agree, I am ready for divine partnership in my promise. It's not superstition, it's symbolism. Every act of faith releases energy into the atmosphere. Heaven moves when earth agrees. The power isn't in the number, it's in the belief behind it. You're marking this moment as the shift from waiting to walking. This act is small in appearance, but mighty in spirit. It's your way of saying to heaven, you can trust me with what's next. I won't shrink. I won't delay. I won't doubt. It's a seal, a visible echo of invisible readiness. Chosen one. This is your now moment. You've endured the pruning, embraced the process, and refined your posture. Everything you've been through was preparing you for this convergence of grace and glory. Heaven is not just visiting, it's residing. You are no longer standing outside the promise, you are standing inside its doorway. As you step forward, remember this: what's coming is not fragile. You don't have to handle it delicately as if it might break. It was built for you as much as you were built for it. You've grown into the shape of your calling, and now the fit feels effortless. This is the season where prayer becomes performance, where prophecy becomes presence, where promise becomes proof. The long wait has turned into the long-awaited. So, type 222 now, not because heaven needs a number, but because your spirit needs a signal. You've crossed over, and this is how you mark it: with faith, with confidence, with joy. Your heart is ready, your spirit is steady, and heaven is opening. Every chosen one reaches a point when gratitude overflows into action. You've seen too much grace to stay silent. You've witnessed too many divine alignments to keep it to yourself. Heaven has been faithful, and now your voice becomes a bridge, a way for others to taste the same goodness that found you. What God did for you wasn't meant to stop with you. The same way rivers never hoard their water. You were never meant to keep your light confined. Grace flows best when it moves. You are part of a divine current, one that carries peace, healing, and hope into places your feet may never step. Think of these words: this community, this connection as a garden. Every message you receive, is a seed. Every share, every comment, every act of support is sunlight and water. The more it's nurtured, the more souls will bloom in the soil of truth. You are not just a listener, you are a gardener of grace. When you press like, it's more than a button. It's a whisper of agreement that tells heaven, yes, this truth matters. Keep speaking it. Your share is a wing that carries the message beyond walls and boundaries. Someone, somewhere, is waiting for the reminder that found you today, and you might be the one to deliver it. Let gratitude overflow into generosity. Chosen one. Every time you choose to respond, you're planting invisible flowers in the gardens of other hearts. You may never see them bloom, but heaven will. And one day, you'll realize that your quiet obedience became someone else's answered prayer. Remember this, light travels farther when carried together. Each act of support, each share, each seed, each kind word turns this message into a lighthouse, guiding souls home. You are not giving to content, you're giving to continuation. You're helping God's whisper echo through eternity, one heart at a time. As Jesus declared in the Gospel of Matthew, chapter 5, verse 14, "You are the light of the world. A city set on a hill cannot be hidden." You are that city. You are that light. But even light needs fuel. Flames, no matter how bright, fade when left unattended. This is why your engagement matters. Your connection, your encouragement, your generosity, they keep the oil flowing. They ensure that the flame doesn't flicker out in the noise of this world. Think of your donation, your offering, your act of giving as oil poured into the lamp of this ministry. It's not about money, it's about meaning. You're not funding a project, you're fueling purpose. You're helping sustain the light that has sustained you. Maybe you don't realize it, but what you give carries the power to reach thousands of unseen hearts. Somewhere out there, a soul is scrolling in silence, desperate for a sign that hope still exists. When you choose to support, when you give what you can, you make sure that sign reaches them in time. You become part of their miracle. And that's what makes this sacred. It's partnership, not transaction. It's community, not consumption. Every heart that engages, every hand that helps, every person that stays connected becomes part of a divine chain reaction of light. Heaven doesn't measure the size of the seed, it measures the sincerity of the sower. When you subscribe, you're not just joining a page, you're joining a movement. You're saying, I want to keep growing. I want to stay aligned. I want to walk with heaven's rhythm, not the world's noise. It's an act of commitment, a quiet yes that heaven records. Maybe you can't preach from a pulpit or travel across nations, but your like, your share, your gift, your amen can. These are the digital wings of faith. Every small act echoes eternity when done with love. Imagine it like this. A single candle can light thousands of others without losing its flame. That's what happens each time you engage. Your flame touches another until the whole world glows with the warmth of divine truth. That's not metaphor, it's ministry. And if this space has been a refuge for your heart, let it become a lighthouse for someone else. Let your presence here be a reminder that God still moves through ordinary screens and willing souls. You are part of something eternal, something much larger than a moment of inspiration. You're part of a restoration movement, a quiet revolution of hope. So if your heart feels stirred, let gratitude guide you. Like, share, subscribe, leave a comment that carries your own spark of testimony. If you're led, give so that others may find the same light you've found. Let your thankfulness travel. Let your faith multiply. Let your story shine. And remember, every click, every share, every seed sown in love is a brick in the bridge heaven is building through us. Together, we're not just spreading words, we're spreading presence. Chosen one. Don't underestimate your influence. You are not just consuming light, you are carrying it. You are the continuation of the message. The same way a ripple expands from a single drop. What you do now can reach farther than you'll ever know. So let your gratitude become movement. Let your light join ours. Let your generosity breathe life into someone else's night. Together, we'll keep the fire burning steadily, sincerely, and without end. There are moments when heaven pauses and the world seems to lean closer, as if creation itself is listening for your next breath. This is one of those moments. Chosen one. You can feel it, something in the atmosphere has shifted. It's subtle but certain, like a dawn that refuses to be rushed. You stand here, not as who you were, but as who you've become, purified, patient, powerful. The weight you once carried has turned into wisdom. The same battles that used to break you now bow before you. You've learned that strength is not about never falling, it's about rising differently every time. And now, you rise with clarity, carrying an authority that only comes from endurance. You are not wounded anymore. You are woven, stitched together by grace and fire. You've walked through nights that would have silenced others, but your light didn't go out. It learned how to burn in the dark. That's why your story carries such resonance now. Every scar on your soul speaks of survival. Every healed place in you whispers, it was worth it. The journey was not random, it was a refining. You were being shaped for something weighty, something that required the crushing. Olive oil only flows when the fruit is pressed, and glory only manifests through surrender. You are living proof that pain can produce purpose if you refuse to quit. You've reached the point where destiny is no longer a distant dream, it's a daily reality. You're walking in what you once prayed for, and you didn't even notice the transition because heaven made it seamless. That's how grace works. It's not loud, it's layered. It weaves transformation quietly through ordinary moments until suddenly you realize you're not striving anymore, you're simply shining. And yet, with every new level comes a fresh assignment. You've been refined not just for revelation, but for responsibility. The peace you now carry isn't just for you, it's meant to be distributed. You're a carrier of divine atmosphere. Your presence should shift rooms. Your words should soften hearts. Your silence should command stillness. As the apostle reminds us in the book of Ephesians, chapter 2, verse 10, "For we are his workmanship, created in Christ Jesus to do good works, which God prepared in advance for us to do." Oh, that means every day you step into divine appointments already designed. Nothing is random anymore. Every encounter, every conversation, every interruption, it's all orchestrated. Heaven doesn't waste your presence, it positions it. You carry solutions wrapped in sincerity, healing wrapped in humility, and power wrapped in peace. And because of that, you move differently now. You no longer seek attention, you attract alignment. You don't chase opportunities, you create impact. You don't need to announce your authority, it announces itself in the calm confidence of your being. People will begin to notice. Some will be drawn to you without understanding why. They'll sense peace and not know it's divine. Others will resist you because your light exposes their shadows. Don't take either personally. You are not here to be liked. You are here to be light. Still, this calling requires constant renewal. The world will try to pull you back into noise and distraction, but you must stay centered. Protect your stillness as though it was sacred ground, because it is. Your peace is your platform. Your discernment is your defense. And your humility is your hidden armor. You no longer need to prove that you're chosen. Your fruit speaks for you. Every healed reaction, every kind response, every moment you choose, patience over pride, those are your credentials in heaven's kingdom. That's how angels recognize you, not by your words, but by your weight in spirit. You've been entrusted with this authority not to dominate, but to demonstrate what divine love looks like in motion, to show that power can be gentle, that truth can be kind, that grace can be fierce. You are a walking contradiction to the world's expectations and a reflection of heaven's heart. But even as you stand in this strength, heaven still invites you to humility. Don't let your anointing become an armor against empathy. Stay reachable. Stay soft. Let your compassion remain your compass. The most powerful souls are those who remember how it felt to be weak. You've seen the extremes, the breaking and the blessing, and now you stand balanced between both, carrying revelation that others desperately need. You are not called to preach perfection. You are called to embody process, to show that holiness is not about flawless performance, but about constant surrender. So, as heaven continues to move through your life, let your faith remain active. Faith without expression fades. Every time you speak, act, or declare, you're giving heaven permission to expand its territory through you. Let this moment be your declaration, your way of saying, I'm still here, still believing, still becoming. Comment below, I am ready. Those three words carry weight in the spirit realm. They're not just text, they're testimony. When you type, I am ready, you're not announcing perfection, you're announcing permission. You're telling heaven, use me, move through me, trust me. With the next, you're saying, I've learned enough from pain to handle purpose with grace. I've healed enough to hold joy without fear. I've waited enough to walk in wisdom. As your fingers type those words, imagine heaven nodding in agreement, angels taking note, and the atmosphere around you shifting slightly brighter, lighter, freer. That's what faith in action looks like. Agreement manifested through expression, because readiness isn't about knowing everything, it's about trusting enough to move anyway. You don't need the whole map when you know the one guiding your steps. And as you move forward, heaven moves with you, clearing paths, aligning hearts, and releasing provision. So go ahead. Chosen one, stand tall, speak softly, move steadily. You are ready, not because everything is perfect, but because grace is sufficient. Comment, I am ready. Let it echo beyond your screen. Let it become your anthem. Let it mark this sacred turning point, the moment you stopped waiting for confirmation and started walking in calling. The next chapter doesn't begin when conditions align, it begins when you do. There comes a moment chosen one. When reflection becomes revelation, you look back not with regret, but with recognition, and see how everything was part of a divine equation. What once appeared random now glows with order. The pain, the pauses, the detours, the delays, they weren't obstacles, they were orchestration. You realize now that heaven's hand was in every turn, even the ones that felt like mistakes. You used to question why things had to happen the way they did, why certain people walked away, why certain doors closed, why the timing always felt slightly off. But from this higher vantage point, you can see the symmetry. Every loss taught you endurance. Every delay taught you discernment. Every closed door redirected you to a better one that only opened when your spirit matured enough to enter. You now understand that divine alignment often disguises itself as disappointment. When heaven redirects, it feels like rejection to those who are still attached to the familiar. But you have grown enough to see beyond emotion. You trust that if God removed it, it was never meant to remain. You don't chase after what left anymore. You bless it and let it go. That's what spiritual mastery feels like. Not the absence of pain, but the presence of perspective. You've learned to say, it had to happen, not as a cliché, but as a confession. You've stopped resenting the pruning because you've seen the fruit it produced. You no longer mourn what was taken because you understand what was being made room for. You've entered the sacred rhythm of divine trust. That rhythm doesn't waver when storms arrive. It deepens. You no longer panic when you can't predict. You no longer break when you can't control. You've found peace in uncertainty because you've met God there before, and every time, He's proven faithful. You've also realized that destiny is not a destination, it's a direction. You're not waiting to arrive, you're learning to abide. The journey itself is holy. You now understand that heaven doesn't rush those, it intends to refine. What looks like delay is often protection from premature exposure. Some blessings need maturity to handle them. And now you finally have it. There's a quiet maturity in your soul now, one that others can sense even when you don't speak. It's not pride, it's presence. The kind of strength that doesn't need to announce itself because it radiates from within. People will start to treat you differently, not because you've changed externally, but because your energy has shifted. You carry peace like a crown, and heaven's weight is evident in your walk. As the prophet Jeremiah once wrote in the book of Jeremiah, chapter 17, verse 7-8, "But blessed is the one who trusts in the Lord, whose confidence is in Him. They will be like a tree planted by the water that sends out its roots by the stream. It does not fear when heat comes, its leaves are always green." No, that is you now. Rooted, resilient, unmoved by circumstances, because your source is not seasonal, it's spiritual. You no longer wither under pressure. The same heat that once drained you now refines you. You don't avoid challenge anymore. You absorb its lessons. You've become a tree of testimony, steady, fruitful, and full of grace. There's a glow that comes from endurance, a light that no hardship can extinguish. You carry that light now. It's subtle, yet unmistakable. You've learned how to walk through shadows without losing your shine. You've discovered that resilience is not loud, it's consistent. Every sunrise you witness, after a sleepless night, becomes a new declaration of faith. And as you stand here, reflecting on how far you've come, you begin to feel a deep sense of gratitude, not just for the blessings, but for the breaking. You thank God for what He gave and for what He took away. You understand that both were equally necessary. Without loss, you wouldn't have learned longing. Without pain, you wouldn't have known purpose. Without wilderness, you wouldn't have known worship. You see now that transformation isn't a moment, it's a lifestyle. Every season brings new layers of surrender. The version of you that once fought every change now flows with it. You've learned that obedience isn't weakness, it's wisdom. You trust the hand of the potter, even when you don't understand the shape he's forming. That trust has made you unshakable. You move differently because you know your value no longer fluctuates with circumstance. You can walk through loss without losing yourself, through criticism without compromising truth, through waiting without wasting faith. You've learned to live from the inside out, anchored, aware, and aligned. And this alignment doesn't just change how you live, it changes how you love. You love without fear. Now, you give freely without expecting repayment. You extend grace without demanding gratitude. That's the mark of a healed soul, generosity without agenda. You no longer love for validation, you love because it's your nature. Your relationships reflect that transformation too. You no longer settle for half-hearted connections. You attract people who speak your spiritual language, who honor your peace, who respect your process. You no longer confuse attachment with alignment. You've learned that true connection feels like ease, not effort. This peace doesn't mean passivity, it means power under control. You can face opposition with calm because you've already conquered greater battles within. You can listen to criticism without crumbling because you know who called you. You can stand in uncertainty without anxiety because you know who stands with you. And in this stillness, something beautiful unfolds. You realize that every moment is worship when done with awareness. Folding laundry, driving home, listening to the wind, all become sacred because you've stopped dividing life into holy and ordinary. You understand that holiness isn't about perfection, it's about presence. You don't need a temple to feel God anymore. You've become one, chosen one. This is what freedom truly looks like. It's not escape, it's embodiment. It's carrying peace into every place you once carried pain. It's walking with light in eyes that once held tears. It's being able to say, I wouldn't change a thing, and mean it. For everything that once tried to bury you has become your soil of growth. Everything that broke you has become your story of beauty. You've become both the lesson and the legacy, the storm and the stillness, the wound and the wonder. And now, when heaven looks at you, it smiles, not because you are flawless, but because you are finally free. There is a sacred peace that comes after the storm, a silence that feels like an exhale from heaven itself. You know that silence now. Chosen one. It's not emptiness, it's equilibrium. The world that once shook you no longer has power to sway you. You have become steady, anchored, unmovable. What used to overwhelm you now barely ripples the calm surface of your soul. You are not avoiding life, you have mastered it from within. You've stepped into a dimension of maturity where reaction has been replaced by revelation. You no longer respond to chaos with confusion, but with clarity. Every experience, whether painful or peaceful, feels purposeful now. You understand that everything allowed by heaven carries meaning, even if it doesn't carry comfort. You have stopped asking, "Why me?" and started whispering, "Thank you." Oh, this is not blind optimism, it's divine awareness. You have lived long enough under the weight of unanswered prayers to know that even silence has strategy. Every delay you once mourned has transformed into a doorway. What you thought was divine distance was actually divine direction. God never stopped speaking. He simply started speaking in ways that required deeper listening. You've grown into that listening now. You hear differently. The wind carries messages. The stillness whispers insight. The ordinary moments, the sound of your footsteps, the rhythm of your breath remind you that you are surrounded by purpose. You've stopped needing loud signs because peace has become your confirmation. When something is right, you feel heaven's harmony within it. As the book of Proverbs declares in Proverbs, chapter 3, verse 5 to 6, "Trust in the Lord with all your heart, and lean not on your own understanding. In all your ways acknowledge him, and he will make your paths straight." Lot. That verse is not just instruction, it's identity. You are that verse now. You don't lean on logic anymore, you lean on light. You've surrendered the illusion of control and embraced the rhythm of faith. You've seen enough to know that when heaven leads, it doesn't always make sense, but it always makes purpose. You've entered a relationship with trust that is no longer fragile. It's not dependent on outcomes. Even when prayers seem unanswered, you rest in knowing that silence doesn't mean absence. You trust because you know, not because you see. That is spiritual maturity, to walk confidently without demanding constant reassurance. You've also begun to understand the beauty of limits. You once saw them as weakness, but now you see them as guidance. God built boundaries into your being, not to restrict you, but to protect the flow of your purpose. You can't pour endlessly without replenishment. You've learned that rest is not laziness, it's alignment. Even creation rested after completion, and so must you. This awareness has made you wise with your energy. You no longer try to fix what isn't your assignment. You no longer carry conversations that lead nowhere or chase validation from voices that can't see your value. You've learned the difference between helping and healing, between giving out of compassion and giving out of compulsion. You serve from overflow now, not exhaustion. This is what wholeness looks like. It's not perfection. It's permission. Permission to live softly, to love slowly, to breathe deeply. You've stopped measuring success by speed or applause. You measure it by peace. If it costs your calm, it's too expensive. You have learned that real prosperity begins in the soul. And yet, with this wisdom comes a quiet reverence for mystery. You no longer demand answers for every question. You've realized that faith is not a formula, it's a friendship. You don't just believe in God anymore, you believe with Him. You live in communion, not transaction. Every breath feels like a dialogue. Every moment, an opportunity to honor the sacred. In this place, you no longer strive for perfection. You embody presence. You show up fully, even in small things. Whether washing dishes or walking into destiny, your spirit remains open, aware that God is as present in the ordinary as He is in the miraculous. You've stopped separating the sacred from the simple. This peace has also changed how you handle time. You don't rush the seasons anymore. You know that every stage of life carries its own curriculum. You've learned to celebrate small progress, to honor process, and to rest in patience. Time no longer terrifies you, it teaches you. Every sunrise feels like grace extended. Every sunset like gratitude fulfilled. You've come to understand that growth doesn't always look like gain. Sometimes it looks like letting go. You've learned to release people, plans, and versions of yourself that no longer align with your purpose. You let go not from bitterness, but from blessing. You understand that endings are simply God's way of clearing space for beginnings. And with each release, you grow lighter. The burdens that once defined you have fallen away. You don't carry pain as proof anymore. You carry peace as power. You've stopped using suffering as identity and started using healing as testimony. The heaviness that once haunted your mornings is gone because your soul no longer agrees with it. You are now walking embodiment of divine restoration. You've seen what ashes can become when surrendered to fire. You've watched brokenness turn into blueprint, loss turn into lesson, silence turn into song. You've stopped fearing change because you've become change itself. Every new layer of your being is evidence of resurrection. People who meet you now may not recognize you, and that's how it should be. They see the same face, but not the same frequency. The light in your eyes speaks of a peace they cannot name. You've become a living sanctuary. A reminder that grace is not a theory, it's a transformation. And perhaps the greatest miracle of all is this. You've stopped trying to understand everything. You've found joy in mystery, wonder in waiting, beauty in becoming. You no longer need to control the ending because you finally trust the author, chosen one. This is maturity, not the loud kind that boasts of achievement, but the gentle kind that breathes peace into every moment. You've become the calm after chaos, the proof that faith works quietly, steadily, and completely. Your story is not over, but it no longer needs to rush. You are where you're meant to be, doing what heaven needs you to do. Simply be a vessel of peace, a reflection of patience, a song of stillness, and in that quiet, heaven smiles. At this stage of your journey, chosen one, life begins to feel like breathing again. There is no more struggle in the inhale, no more panic in the exhale, only flow. The rhythm of your existence aligns so naturally with heaven that even your pauses feel purposeful. What once required effort now unfolds effortlessly, as though the universe itself is exhaling with you. You've reached a state of divine balance, neither striving nor stagnant, neither hiding nor overexposed. You've learned to live between extremes, where peace and purpose coexist. It's the middle ground where heaven's will meets human willingness. That's where you stand now, in the harmony of surrender. This balance did not arrive overnight. It was carved into you through seasons of loss and rediscovery, silence and surrender. You had to unlearn chaos before you could recognize calm. You had to lose control before you could learn confidence. You've walked through years of being undone, only to find that the unraveling was preparation for weaving something stronger, softer, wiser. Every thread of your life has been rewoven by grace. The same experiences that once tore you apart now tie you to heaven's purpose. What you once called too much now feels like just enough. You no longer curse the weight of your story because you realize it built the foundation of your wisdom. Your pain was never punishment, it was permission. Permission to see deeper, to love wider, to live truer. You now understand that life is not about escaping difficulty, but embracing design. There's no such thing as coincidence for those who walk with God. Every person you met, every detour you took, every closed door, all of it was calibration. Heaven was teaching you rhythm, when to rest, when to rise, when to release. That's why you no longer resist endings. You honor them. You've stopped begging for doors to reopen and started thanking God for the ones that closed. You've realized that closure is not cruelty, it's kindness. Some seasons end quietly, so your spirit can begin loudly. You've learned that not every goodbye is grief. Some are graduations. As the Apostle Paul wrote in the book of Romans, chapter 8, verse 28, "And we know that all things work together for good to them that love God, to them who are called according to his purpose." No, you finally know this not as a verse to quote in crisis, but as a truth lived and proven. You've watched all things, the good, the bitter, the inexplicable merge into meaning. You've seen heartbreak become harvest, confusion become calling. You no longer doubt whether God can redeem. You've become the evidence that he does. You now live with quiet assurance. You don't need to predict the future because you trust the pattern. You've seen enough to know that even detours are divine. The more you release control, the clearer life becomes. You've stopped trying to micromanage miracles. You simply make space for them. This freedom allows you to be present. You're not haunted by yesterday, nor held hostage by tomorrow. You inhabit this moment completely, fully aware that grace meets you in real time. You've learned that peace doesn't come from knowing what's next. It comes from trusting who's next to you. You move slower now, but your impact runs deeper. You've discovered that stillness isn't stagnation, it's strategy. You listen before you leap, observe before you act, and pray before you plan. Your decisions no longer come from desperation, but from discernment. You've replaced impulse with intention, and the results speak for themselves. Even your relationship with yourself has changed. You speak kindly to your soul now. You no longer punish yourself for past ignorance or missteps. You extend grace inward, understanding that self-forgiveness is an act of faith. You no longer demand perfection, you pursue peace. You treat your own heart as something sacred, because it is. This compassion for yourself has overflowed into compassion for others. You've stopped expecting people to be who they're not. You love them as they are. Release them when you must, and bless them regardless. You no longer enter relationships looking for completion. You enter them from completeness. That's why you no longer chase, you attract. What's meant for you finds peace in your presence. You've also developed spiritual patience. You know that not every answer needs to come quickly. You trust the unfolding. You've stopped measuring success by timelines and started measuring it by transformation. You can now look at your life and say, "I'm not where I want to be, but I'm exactly where I'm meant to be." This maturity gives you rest, even when challenges arise. You don't crumble, you calibrate. You adjust instead of accuse. Reflect instead of react. You don't panic when plans shift because you know purpose doesn't depend on predictability. You've learned that even in disruption, there's divine choreography. There's a sacred simplicity to how you live now. You're not addicted to drama, noise, or endless proving. You wake up with gratitude and go to bed with peace. You've stopped chasing validation because truth already validates you. You've learned to enjoy quiet mornings, honest laughter, and slow sunsets. The things you once rushed past are now the things you treasure most. You understand now that joy isn't a reward, it's a rhythm. It's not found in what happens, but in how you see it. You can find beauty even in the ordinary because your eyes have been retrained by grace. You don't need grand miracles to feel awe. You see God in the details. Chosen one. This is your sacred stillness, the reward of trust, the fruit of faith, the peace that follows perseverance. You've journeyed from chaos to clarity, from striving to serenity, from fear to fullness. You no longer need to become anything else. You already are, everything heaven envisioned. And as you walk forward, your very existence becomes a sermon, calm in the midst of noise, grace in the face of judgment, love in a world starving for it. You don't need to announce it, you simply are it. The divine has taken residence in your simplicity, and that is your greatest miracle. There is a silence that feels holy, a stillness that comes not from absence, but from completion. You are standing in that silence now. Chosen one. The long road behind you hums with memory, yet none of it holds you anymore. What once felt like weight has turned into wisdom. What once felt like loss has turned into legacy. You can finally breathe without the ache of yesterday. The cycle has closed. And this peace you feel, it's not temporary. It's eternal. You've walked through the valley of refining and stood upon the mountain of revelation. You've known the heat of fire and the calm of rain. You've watched life tear down and rebuild everything you thought you were, until only truth remained. That truth is simple yet immeasurable. You were never alone. Every shadow, every silence, every stretch of wilderness, God was there, shaping you into something unshakable. This is not the ending of your story, it's the settling of your spirit. The striving is over. The proving is over. The endless self-questioning has fallen silent because you finally understand you were never meant to earn love, only to embody it. You've become what heaven always intended, a vessel of peace, walking evidence of grace. The transformation wasn't loud. It didn't come with thunder or spectacle. It happened in the quiet, those unseen moments when you chose forgiveness over fury, patience over panic, trust over control. Every one of those choices built this stillness inside you. It's not emptiness, it's equilibrium. You are no longer chasing life, you are living it. You've discovered that surrender is not the end of effort, it's the beginning of ease. When you stopped fighting divine flow, you started floating in it. Life still moves, but it no longer drags you. You've become one with its rhythm, and the rhythm feels like rest. There's no hurry left in your soul because you know that what's meant for you doesn't need to be forced. It arrives when you are ready. As the psalmist wrote in the book of Psalms, chapter 46, verse 10, "Be still, and know that I am God." That verse has become the anthem of your being. Stillness is no longer a challenge, it's your native language. You've learned to rest without guilt, to pause without fear, to breathe without pressure. You know now that peace is not found by escaping life, it's found by embracing it fully, in all its shifting colors and textures. You've also learned that endings are not emptiness, they are entrances disguised. Every chapter that closed made space for one you couldn't yet imagine. You used to mourn what was lost, but now you honor it. The people who left, the paths that ended, the prayers that changed shape, they were all teachers. They brought you to this sacred threshold, where gratitude outweighs grief. Even the pain served its purpose. It broke open the shell around your heart, allowing compassion to pour through. You no longer see suffering as punishment. You see it as the sculptor of empathy. You can now sit with others in their storms without needing to fix them, because you remember what it felt like to be there yourself. You've become gentle because you've been broken, kind because you've been healed. This final season is not about arrival, it's about awareness. You've stopped trying to reach the next level because you've realized that every moment is already sacred. The goal was never to become extraordinary. It was to recognize the divine in the ordinary. Every sunrise is revelation. Every conversation, a classroom. Every heartbeat, a hymn. The world around you hasn't changed as much as your vision has. Where others see noise, you see nuance. Where they see chaos, you see choreography. You've learned that God doesn't always remove the storm. Sometimes He teaches you how to sleep through it. That's what you've become, peace in motion. And though this chapter feels like closure, it's really continuity. The same grace that carried you this far will carry you into tomorrow. You'll still face challenges, but you'll face them differently. Fear won't rule you anymore. You'll move with discernment, speak with compassion, act with confidence. The storms may still come, but they will no longer define you. You've made peace with mystery too. You no longer demand to understand everything. You trust the unfolding. Knowing that revelation comes in layers, you've accepted that not all prayers are answered in the way you expect. Yet all of them are heard. Heaven's timing no longer frustrates you, it fascinates you. You know that delays are not denials, just divine rearrangements. And in this awareness, you find joy, not the fleeting kind that depends on circumstances, but the steady kind that hums beneath your skin. You wake up grateful, not because everything is perfect, but because everything is purposeful. You see meaning in moments that once went unnoticed. You live lighter now, because your soul has learned to travel without baggage. Look at you, chosen one, complete, calm, and clear. You've walked through fire and come out glowing. You've endured seasons that tried to bury you and discovered that you were the seed. You no longer fear endings, because you've seen what resurrection looks like in your own life. The chapter is closing. Yes, but not in sorrow. It closes like a sunrise, ends the night, softly, beautifully, with the promise of more light to come. The book of your life remains open, and heaven is still writing. The ink is grace. The pages are peace, and the author is love itself. You can rest now, not because it's over, but because you finally know you were never meant to fight your way through destiny. You were meant to flow in it, freely, fearlessly, faithfully. And so, the story continues not in striving, but in serenity, not in noise, but in knowing, not in haste, but in holiness. It is finished, and it is beginning again. Chosen one. Before we close this sacred journey, take a deep breath. Let the air fill your lungs, not just as oxygen, but as remembrance of everything you have survived, everything you have become. You've walked through 30 chapters of revelation, healing, and awakening. Each word was not written to entertain you. It was written to remind you who you are. You are the living proof that grace still works, that God still speaks, that purpose always prevails. This isn't the end. It's a new rhythm beginning. What you've received here isn't just meant to be read, it's meant to be released. These words are seeds, and the world is your soil. Every act of kindness, every prayer you whisper, every moment You choose peace over panic. That's the fruit. You carry the light now, not as a borrowed flame, but as your own. The same Spirit that guided these words is the same Spirit breathing in you right now. Before you go, pause and look at your own story. Look at how far you've come. The tears, the trembling, the transitions, all of it has led to this peace. You didn't just survive, you transformed. You are no longer the version that doubted if the storm would end. You are the calm that carries faith, even in the wind. And because you've walked this road, you now carry an anointing for others who are still finding their way. That's why your voice matters. Every time you share, you help someone else see light. Every comment you leave is a ripple of encouragement that reaches hearts you may never meet. Your words have weight. Your presence has purpose. If this journey has touched your soul, let it move through you. Share it not for fame, but for faith. Someone out there is scrolling in silence, praying for a sign. You could be that sign. When you press like, you're not just reacting, you're agreeing with heaven. When you comment, you're testifying. When you share, you're sowing seeds of hope into the timelines of those who need it most. Every small act of engagement becomes a wave of light in a digital sea of noise. And if these words have strengthened you, subscribe, stay connected. This isn't just content, it's communion. Each new message is a continuation of the conversation heaven is having with your heart. Together, we are building something eternal, a community of light bearers, faith keepers, and peace carriers. So let's make this moment count. Comment your reflection below. What part of this journey spoke to you most? What truth will you carry forward? Your story is sacred, and sharing it helps another soul rise. Like, comment, share, subscribe. Let this message travel beyond you. Let it reach the weary, the waiting, the ones who need to remember that it is finished and that the next chapter begins in grace. You are the light. You are the continuation. You are the miracle still unfolding.